as they were busy laying out the ground rules for this virtual sitting. May I request that we take this opportunity and observe a moment of silence. Thank you very much, honorable members. We want to take this opportunity and thank the honorable members, and we hope that you have rested during these holidays and say compliments to your good self. We wish you a fruitful 2026 in ensuring that we embark on our responsibility of in the NCOP of ensuring that we better the lives of our people. And as this NCOP, we also had an opportunity to witness and oversee the official announcement of the results by Minister Kwahube for the matric class of 2025. And would like to commend them for the sterling work that they have done. And we also want to indicate that we've also witnessed the official handover of Rasterfall Secondary School by Honorable Premier Panyaza, as well as our MECs, Honorable Matume and Honorable Kulube. Those are the MECs that were engaged in this. That school, as we all know, it's a school that we prioritize during our provincial week site visits. And we want to kindly appreciate the work that has been done by this NCOP to hold the executive accountable. And we want to indicate to the people of South Africa that we'll continue doing our work so as to fulfill our mandate in ensuring that service delivery goes to the people. And in that regard, we highly want to appreciate our special our delegates from Gauteng as well, and our premier of the province for the prompt response in line with the resolutions of the House. Having said that, honorable members, will proceed with the business of the day of the House. Once again, honorable member, I want to take this opportunity and remind you that we will run this visual sitting in line with the rules of the House, and also indicate that sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 shall apply in this sitting. I have also been informed that there are no notices of motions or motions without notice, except for the motion on the order paper. I want to take this opportunity now and call upon the Chief Whip of the Council to read the motion on the order paper. Over to you, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourselves and honorable members, both permanent and special delegates on the platform. Allow me, Chairperson, to rise on the motion that the Council resolve that Rule 2181, which provides inter alia that the consideration of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have lapsed since the committee's report was tabled, be suspended for the purpose of consideration of the Adjustment Appropriation Bill number B27 of 2025 and Special Appropriation Bill number B22 of 2025. I so move, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. We shall now proceed to the voting on the motion, and I shall put the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. Now, before we proceed to the voting, I shall take this opportunity and allow the provinces to make the declaration if they so wish. If there is the province that would like to make the declaration at this point in time, they may indicate by a show of hand through this virtual platform. Just on this motion. No, thank you very much, honorable members. Can I then now put the motion for voting? I call upon the provinces to cast their votes, and the heads of delegation will do as such. I will accordingly start with the province of Free State. Honorable Noe.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson of the House. Thank you very much. As Free State, we vote positively.
Thank you very much, Honorable Noe. I'm now proceeding to the province of Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members on the platform. Gauteng votes in favor of the motion.
Thank you very much. The province of Eastern Cape.
Chairperson, honorable members, compliments to all. Thank you for the opportunity. The Eastern Cape province of legends votes in favor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson, good morning to yourself. With your permission, I'm just struggling with my connection, but we vote in support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Billy. The province of Limpopo.
Thanks very much, Chairpersons. Greeting to you and compliments for the new year and all my colleagues. Chairperson, as Limpopo, the province of Africa again, we vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mpumalanga province.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My humble greetings to you and all the honorable members. As Mpumalanga, we are voting in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I also remind and request Honorable Numalo not to forget to switch on her video when she has to speak. We are now proceeding to the province of Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings and salutations to all. Compliments of the new season. The largest province in the country is voting in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are proceeding to the province of Northwest.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to your good self and honorable members in the platform. As Bukoni Bipirima, we vote in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The last province is Western Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning and greetings, and thank you for leaving the best province for last. We vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The voting has closed, honorable members, and accordingly, all provinces have voted in favor. Thank you very much, and therefore we declare this motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, before we proceed to before we could proceed to voting on the votes and the schedule to the adjustment appropriation bill, I wish to remind you on the following, that each delegate, including the special delegates, has one vote. And I heard earlier on, before we start with the sitting, the official has spoken to that effect, that the special delegates that have been designated to attend the sitting today has equal voting right as the permanent delegates. And therefore, we would humbly request that they vote through the show of hand on the visual platform. Those who are unable to do that, they can vote by indicating verbally. But if you did that, please don't also vote through the show of hand, because one person is eligible for one vote. So please, once again, I just want to state and put that in record that we really want to make sure that every process runs very smoothly in this regard. And where there is no call for a division, a vote shall be carried and we shall proceed to the next vote. Where a party wishes to object to a vote, that objection shall be noted and there will be no need for a division. A delegate wishing to call for a division must draw to my attention to that effect. In terms of Rule 80 sub Rule 3, a call for a division must be supported by at least 4 delegates. And in accordance with Rule 81, when a division has been called, delegates who are outside the virtual platform will be given in this respect an opportunity to come back to the House, and we want to allow them 30 seconds to do just that. And no delegate shall be allowed to access the House whilst the voting is in session. Once the question is put, delegates on the virtual platform who wish to cast their votes must do so by using the raise hand button. Delegates must keep their hands raised until the voting closes. The procedural staff shall tally the votes for us, and the host on the virtual platform shall lower all hands on the virtual platform after every vote. If a delegate is disconnected from the virtual platform, and I know most of the time the person who, the member who struggled the most with that, it would be Honorable Billy. So I'm sure we wouldn't want to deny him an opportunity to cast his vote. There will have to be other ways and means in which he should be able to exercise his voting right as a member. And that would be the process that we will follow through throughout the day. Honorable Member, we are now proceeding to the first order, which is the consideration of votes and schedule, the adjustment appropriation bill. I now put vote 1 for presidency. The vote for presidency. And now the vote is agreed to. I am informed that the EFF and the MK party has tendered their objection, and the objections are noted. We are now proceeding to vote number 2, which is Parliament. Accordingly, I'm informed that this vote has been agreed to, and I'm informed that the EFF as well as the MK party, they've since tendered their objection in this regard, and those objections are noted. We are now proceeding to vote number 3, which is cooperative cooperative governance. I have also been informed that there are parties who would like to make a declaration in this regard, which is the MKP party, the DA, as well as the ANC. And accordingly, I do have the members who would like to make the declaration in this regard. I will then afford them 3 minutes each to make their declaration. I will start with Honorable Nzimande from MK Party to make a declaration.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning to honorable members. MK Party objects on bill for it does not elevate and accord the required authority of traditional leaders on local government in the municipal government processes, but coerce them to be conformist in the Eurocentric designed institution, no real value brought by the appropriate bill, and consequently the local sphere of government shall not be able to address water and sanitation infrastructure challenges, governance and capacity of municipalities. Recurring challenges having genesis from poor planning and lack of oversight to deal with warning signs shall not be addressed by the bill. The bill ought to have enabled not panacea
Members,
of the true genesis. Let me hide myself.
Honorable,
Can I hide myself?
Honorable members, may I kindly request that when the speaker is on the floor, can we remain muted so that we allow him an opportunity to make his presentation? You can mute yourself, Honorable Nzimande. I can hear that you are struggling with the network.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The recurring challenges having genesis from poor planning and lack of oversight to deal with early warning signs shall not be addressed. The bill ought to enable not to be an enabler, not a panacea of the true genesis of the poor service delivery, governance failure, incapabilities and inability and absence of water service plans. The non-existence of water service development plans have a negative impact in ensuring that the present environmental factors and future water services need the operation, maintenance, repair and replacement of existing and future infrastructure adequate addresses citizens' needs and expectations. Supporting this bill is equivalent of supporting that our people continue to drink unsafe water mixed with sewer bucket system is good to continue for the black child. Non-revenue water continue to increase owing to inadequate maintenance of water infrastructure. Potholes in municipal roads increases. Traditional leaders continue to be subject of the Eurocentric institution designed to make them inferior to the elected public representative. We refuse to be part of such a reckless conduct. We object. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nzimande, for the declaration. We'll now proceed to DA Party to make a declaration. Honorable Skier Kochel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, COGTA is a department that involves the lives of all South Africans. Local government touches every home, business, or government institution. Collapsing municipalities have roads unrepaired, water and electricity disrupted for days, even years, refuse uncollected, and shoes running in streets, putting our health at risk. These constrain investment and job creation. When local government works, when basic services are provided efficiently and equitably, people's quality of life improves and the economy grows. The review of the 1998 White Paper on Local Government is the foundation on which local government reform rests. Municipal performance has regressed terribly, and a modern, fit-for-purpose system and funding model is needed. The review must be finalized urgently so that we can agree on a new funding mechanism for local government that rewards professionalism and enforces consequences instead of throwing more money at corrupt councils. Over 5 billion was wasted on fruitless expenditure last year. Nearly 80 billion in municipal debt remains unpaid. Up to 40% of clean water is lost to leaks, yet incompetent officials face no consequences. Ring-fence utilities and consequence management is essential. The slow pace of shop talk and roadshows delay legislation that is intended to fix broken local government. The Intergovernmental Monitoring Support and Intervention Bill will provide targeted support early warning systems, and provide clear roles and timelines for interventions to be successful. In 2018, the DA warned that Kogta had sat on it for 5 years. How many more municipalities must collapse? Chairperson, the time for talk shops and workshops with no outcomes and targets should end. The Department of Kogta must prioritize the finalizing of the review of the white paper on local government so that crucial legislation like the Intergovernmental Monitoring Support and Intervention Bill can be passed. Kogta must send resources where they matter, to technical support, capacity building, and oversight, not to conferences. Only then we can build municipalities that deliver services, attract investment, and drive our economy. When local government works, the economy works. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skierkochel, for the declaration. I'm also told that Honorable Peter, representing UDM, would like to make a motion in this regard. Over to you, Honorable Peter. Honorable Peter. Honorable Peter, I'm affording you an opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. I'm visible, Honorable Chair.
Yes, we can see you. You can
Thank
proceed.
you so much. Thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, the United Democratic Movement approaches this budget vote against the reality of a deep and dangerous collapse in basic service delivery across our municipality. Where is this failure more visible and more harmful and more indefensible than in the province of water? Water is central to public health, economic activity, and human dignity. When municipalities fail to provide safe and reliable water, the state fails in its most basic constitutional duty. In Buffalo City, Honorable Speaker, the water crisis has reached an alarming and unacceptable stage. In Ngahuni and Cholomna, rural communities within the Buffalo City Metro municipality, household taps have not had water for years. Residents have been left without a dependable supply, forced to live with uncertainty and indignity. At the same time, tests conducted on tap water elsewhere in the metro have revealed contamination directly linked to failing storage infrastructure. Approximately 25% of water coming out of taps in Buffalo City contains sewage alongside other harmful pollutants. The presence and a serious and ongoing public health risk. The collapse of water treatment works lies at the center of the crisis. Buffalo City has 15 water treatment works, yet only 3 are functional. Several operate without the required licenses, while raw sewage continue to flow in the Buffalo City, the main water source for thousands of residents. This situation reflects years of neglect, poor maintenance, and ineffective oversight. Despite this, the department continued to brief Parliament on turnaround plans submitted by municipalities. The UDM is clear that plans alone do not repair infrastructure, do not stop sewage from contaminating water sources, and do not protect communities without firm intervention and consequence for failure. These plans will remain meaningless. Honorable Speaker, Johannesburg, the richest city in Africa, reflects the same pattern of decline. On a large scale, despite its economic strength, the city loses a significant volume of treated water through leaking pipes, illegal connection, and aligning infrastructure.
Honorable
Thank
Peters,
you
can
for
you
speaker.
round up? Your time is up.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Speaker. I'm finished.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. We are now proceeding to the last declaration on this vote from the ANC through Honorable Kaunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I hope I'm audible and you can see me from the screen. Special greetings to His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Paul Mashatile, all office bearers of our NCOP present, special delegates and permanent delegates. We are saying to all of you, compliments of the new season, of the year. Honorable Chairperson, I hope this House will join me in congratulating KwaZulu-Natal as a province for having been declared #1 province in the country on the grade 12 matric results that were produced in the past 2 days. And the province has done very well in terms of quantity, the number of students registered, as well as the fields where all streams we have produced qualitative results. I think we are congratulating this province for having done well, and it reflects on good governance. Honorable Chairperson, cooperative governance remains one of the most important pillars of our democracy. Local government is the closest sphere of government to the people, and it is at a cold face of service delivery in delivering basic services. If people experience less of local government, it means they have no sense of government at all. Thus, it is important that we take care of local government and ensure that the people begin to have a positive view of government through local government and its performance. We wish to commend His Excellent Deputy President for leading from the front in terms of dealing with the turnarounds, in turning the municipalities around so that they become more responsive to the aspirations of South Africans. In the past few years, climate change disasters have been devastating, resulting into unprecedented infrastructure damages that impacted negatively on the people's livelihoods. Moreover, these disasters in the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and other provinces have disturbed local government ability to serve the people, since municipalities had to do their adjustment budget to respond in this particular aspect of life. This adjustment bill, for the right reasons, has focused on allocating funds in infrastructure projects that are aimed at rehabilitating and reconstruction of damaged infrastructure during the floods that affected these two provinces and other provinces. The ANC sees this as a significant step that shows the seriousness of this government in fixing local government. And we are hopeful that the process of reviewing white paper and the funding of municipalities will be expedited so that municipalities will be turned around. In this House, local government is represented.
Honorable
We must
Kaunda,
ensure that
your time is up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaunda. Honorable members, those were the declaration, and accordingly, I want to indicate that the vote is being agreed to, with an exception of the EFF and the MK Party. They have since tendered their objections, and their objections are noted. Let me also take this opportunity before we proceed to the next vote. Welcome Honorable Deputy President Mashatile, who is here with us today. We really appreciate your presence, Honorable Deputy President, as well as in your capacity as the leader of government. You are more than welcome to be part of the sitting, as you are always with us all the time. So we really and truly appreciate your presence.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. We are now proceeding to vote number 4, which is Government Communications and Information system. And on this vote, we don't have any party who has indicated its interest of making a declaration. And we just want to indicate that the vote has since been agreed to, and with an exception, of course, of the EFF and the MK party, they have since tendered their objection, and their objections are noted. We are now proceeding to vote 5, Home Affairs. I have been informed that there are parties who would like to make a declaration in terms of rule number 78. And those parties is MK Party, as well as the EFF, DA, and the ANC. I now want to take this opportunity and afford the MK Party in the name of Honorable Zulu to make a declaration.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and the compliments of the new season. Chairperson, can I take down my video, please, due to a network challenge?
Okay, that's fine, Honorable Zulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, Umkhonto weSizwe Party rejects this Home Affairs budget because it rewards failure instead of fixing it. Let us be clear about the failures of the Department of Home Affairs. First, the chronic service delivery failure. South Africans queue from dawn, sleep outside offices and wait months, sometimes years for IDs, passports, birth and death certificates. A state that cannot issue an identity document is a state that has failed at its most basic duty. Second, the collapse of the immigration and asylum system. This fuels illegality, exploitation, and social tension, yet government blames migrants instead of its own incompetence. Third, the corruption and weak consequence management. Officials implicated in fraud, bribery, and document syndicates remain in the system. There are few arrests, fewer prosecution, and almost no accountability. And now the GNU comes with a budget that does not confront any of this. No radical capacity building, no serious investment, no agency. This is not a budget for reform, it is a budget for managed dysfunction. Umkhonto weSizwe Party rejects this budget because it does not serve the people, it does not secure the state, and it does not restore dignity. A broken department cannot be fixed. A broken department cannot be fixed with a broken budget. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
We reject it.
Honorable Zulu. We are now proceeding to the EFF party in the name of Honorable Machobeni to make a declaration.
Greetings to Honorable Chair, Tsweni Tsipane, Honorable Members, Special Delegates. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the budget votes for the Department of Home Affairs. The Department of Home Affairs and its entity are collapsing due to mismanagement, chronic underfunding, and a so-called digital revolution that exists only on paper, while our people continue to suffer in queues that stretch for hours. We reject this budget as residents from communities such as Mpashe still struggling to access basic services from Home Affairs offices. This is particularly so in Aidutwa, where the Aidutwa branch is without offices and has instead a mobile truck which is used that moves around to other districts. The truck sometimes goes for days to other districts, which means that the residents of Aidutwa are not served on such days. As we understand, our communities are so vast. In order to arrive at Home Affairs, you must take 3 taxis to arrive at Home Affairs. Just imagine, This mobile truck also faces other challenges such as limited resources and shortage of essential equipment, and as a result, they cannot issue a smart cards. They only assist with the registration, and a person must have traveled to another nearby town to get their IDs and passports. And due to lack of office spaces, there is also no space where the staff can store their files. In the Willowvale office, there are currently only 3 office workers, and as a result, they have divided their working hours partly among themselves so as to break them down to ease the workload. There is also no immigration officer inside, meaning that the existing staff members have to double up and do the work of an immigrant officer. The EFF reject the budget of a department which is out consequence management, lack modern ICT infrastructure, and has lack of immigration services. Chairperson, the people of South Africa deserve a home affairs that works, not a department trapped in excuses and audit regressions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machobeni. We shall now proceed to the motion, the declaration of DA in the name of Honorable Billy.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning again to your good self and to the honorable members. Honorable Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance supports the Adjustment Appropriation Bill as it relates to the Department of Home Affairs, because these allocations are finally being used to fix a department that was systematically broken under the ANC government. For years, Home Affairs was defined by collapsing systems, endless queues, identity fraud, corruption, and porous borders. This was not accidental, Chairperson. It was the direct result of ANC neglect, cadre deployment, and the collapse of accountability. Chairperson, that decline is now being reversed. Under the leadership of the Minister Dr. Leon Schreiber, we are seeing real progress being made. We are seeing the digitization of core services coming into place by incorporating banks, expanding the services, a move away from corrupt manual systems, improved turnaround times, and renewed efforts to restore the integrity of South Africa's borders and immigration system, again, which has been broken over the past 30 years by the ANC government. These reforms, Honorable Chairperson, matter because Home Affairs is the gateway to the state. When it fails, the entire systems fail, from elections and policing to social services and economic participation. Chairperson, the funds before us are therefore not just adjustment on paper. They are about correcting historic damage, properly resourcing digitization, strengthening border management after years of neglect, and permanently dismantling systems that enabled corruption. It is welcomed, and we should celebrate that the BMA will finally be receiving additional funding. A department or an entity that has been collapsed by defunding, and Chairperson, this we must welcome strongly. Chairperson, the DA is clear. We will not defend waste and we will not excuse failure. But where funding supports genuine reform, improved governance, and long-term savings for the state, we will support it. Chairperson, this progress is happening despite the ANC's historical stewardship, not because of it. The contrast is clear. When the DA governs, systems work. When the ANC governs, they collapse. For these reasons and with firm expectations of strict oversight and measurable outcomes, the DA supports this bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Billy. We are now proceeding to ANC. The declaration is made in the name of Advocate Nonkonyan.
Chairperson and honorable members, thank you so much. I salute everyone present, including our Deputy President. The ANC, as the only people's movement in this House, supports and welcomes the Adjustment Appropriation Budget Vote number 5 for the Department of Home Affairs for the reasons contrary to what EFF and DA Alliance has said. The ANC has been in the forefront of making sure that the services to our people, especially to the downtrodden, are delivered. The adjustment, therefore, will contribute towards digitization and human resource capacity of the department. Our firm belief, Chair, is that the digitization and human capacity of Home Affairs will contribute to the efficiency of provisions of this department to the people. We are aware that our people have long raised concerns regarding the long queues in Home Affairs offices, even though the adjustment appropriation may not be at the desired level to address the challenges in Home Affairs. We are hopeful that in addition to human resource capacity, digitization program will contribute to the speedy provision of Home Affairs services to the people. We also appreciate that the appropriation of funds to the Border Management Authority has positively contributed to this country's hosting of G20 summit last year, and the first G summit in the African continent. The ANC supports the adjustment appropriation of the budget, vote number 5 of the Department of Home Affairs, and we must make it clear that the minister who is actually in charge of this department, although is a DA minister, has been appointed by the ANC and is actually implementing programs that are actually influenced by the policies of the African National Congress that has been ruling this country for the past 30 years. And we are determined to watch him, and he is actually implementing what we want. And if he is not delivering what we want, we will not hesitate actually to recall him from that post. I want to make it clear to Honorable Billy and others that we don't have a department run by DA in this country. We are run by the minister that has been appointed by the Government of National Unity, which is led by the ANC. The ANC, therefore, support this budget vote and will make sure that, of course, this department is run properly in line with the policies of our movement to deliver a better life to all the people of South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosiyam Nonkonyane. The vote, Honorable Delegates, it's been agreed to. And I'm also informed that the EFF and the MK Party, they've since tendered their objections, and the objections are noted. We are now proceeding to vote number 6, which I want to put forward, which is the international relations and cooperation. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of votes in terms of rule number 78. The MK Party will make a declaration as well as the ANC Party. I'll start off with the MK Party in the name of Honorable Zulu. Over to you, Honorable Zulu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, once again. Honorable Chairperson, can I please mute my video again?
Okay, that's fine, Honorable Zulu. You can switch off.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, what the United States did to Venezuela was a violation of the UN Charter and international rule of law. MKP condemns the illegal invasion of Venezuelans' territorial sovereignty for oil, land, and resources theft. MKP mourns the senseless murder of innocent Venezuelans and Cubans to force regime change as part of a wider strategy to reimpose colonialism through military force across the Western Hemisphere, Middle East, and Africa under the renamed Dandroe Doctrine. The US President's colonial ambitions are now clear, and from day one has been against South Africa, falsely accused South Africa of the now widely debunked white genocide. This anti-South African narrative can be used as a justification for American intervention in South Africa sovereign affairs. MKP therefore welcomes the BRICS Naval Will for Peace joint exercises and thanks China, Russia, and Iran for participating to defend peace and justice to a force projection and physical military deterrence against U.S. military action and colonial aggression against South Africa. MKP decries the following of a SANDF by ANC GNU government with 8 years of budget cuts resulting in South Africa having no credible air, sea, or land defense. That is not incompetence, that is exposure. MKP will reverse this completely. Thank you so much, Deputy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. We are now inviting the ANC party in the name of Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me stand on the protocol established by Honorable Kaunda. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, this vote before the House affirms our country's principled commitment to international relations grounded in multilateralism, solidarity, and the pursuit of a just and equitable global order. Honorable members, the allocation under transfers and subsidies to foreign governments and international organizations are a clear expression of South African foreign policy orientation. Our contributions to international bodies such as the United Nations Development Programme, the South African Development Community, and the Commonwealth of Nations are not discretionary expenditure. They are strategic instruments that enable South Africa to advance peace, development, and collective action in a rapidly changing international system. Chairperson, our membership fees and operational contribution to SADC reinforce regional integration, political stability, and economic cooperation in South Africa. In a region facing shared challenges of underdevelopment, insecurity, and climate vulnerability, SADC remains a vital platform for coordination responses and African solutions to African challenges. Similarly, our continued engagement with the United Nations system, particularly through the UNDP, strengthens South-to-South cooperation, supports sustainable development initiatives, and align with our national development priorities. Through this multilateralism platform, South Africa amplifies the voice of development countries and advances a development agenda that places people, equality, and sustainability at its center. Honorable members, our participation in the Commonwealth of Nations, though modest in financial terms, carries diplomatic and historic significances. It provides a platform for dialogue, cooperations, and reforms, particularly on issues of development, finance, governance, and the reform of global institutions. Chairperson, in an international environment characterized by geopolitical tensions, unilateralism, and growing inequality between the global north and the south, and South Africa's commitment to multilateralism institution in both necessary and principled. This allocation ensures that our country remains an active and credible participant in shaping global norms, defending international law, and promoting peaceful resolution of conflicts. Honorable members, this vote therefore sustains the South African diplomatic footprints, strengthens regional and global partnerships, and advances our foreign policy objectives in line with our constitutional values. For these reasons, as the African National Congress, we support this vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. The vote is agreed to, honorable members, and I'm informed that the EFF and the MK party have tendered the objections, and those objections were noted. Honorable members, in terms of vote number 7, which is the National School of Government and School of Government. We are therefore not proceeding to the voting. There hasn't been any adjustments in this regard. We are proceeding to vote number 8, which is the National Treasury. I've been informed that there are parties who would like to make a declaration of votes in terms of Rule 78. And those parties are MK Party, the EFF, as well as the ANC. Having said that, may I afford the MK Party an opportunity to make a declaration in the name of Honorable Majola?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings to the members of the House. Madam Chair, before I declare our vote against the vote number 8, can I request that I declare it on my camera off due to the network reasons?
That's fine, Honorable Majola. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In declaring our vote against the vote, Madam Chair, the MK Party believe that the National Treasury is an engine of the institution. Further, the MK Party believe that National Treasury should reflect a strong revenue collection and invest through the appropriation processes on an item of a developmental nature. Madam Chair, further, we believe that National Treasury should strive to address three critical challenges as challenges target as contained in the National Development Plan NDP 2020-2030, which are inequality, poverty, and unemployment. Madam Chair, the reality is that we are struggling in both real GDP growth and also in terms of the economic growth as per the 2024 annual report. The reality is that, Madam Chair, we are sitting at above 30% unemployment rate, which declares South Africa as the highest unemployment country in the world. While we are facing the high unemployment rate, Madam Chair, the social relief grant that we are providing to our poor as a relief measure, 380 social relief grant, Madam Chair, is far below to the current inflation consumer rate. Madam Chair, as an MK Party, we reject this vote as it does not put the money where the mouth is. The largest single item of the expenditure of 380 billion being allocated to the debt services cost above the priority items like police, like education, like health. Madam Chair, we were fully aware that the National Treasury will adjust this vote arising from the three versions of the tabling of the budget during the budget period. Therefore, Madam Chair, the MK Party rejects this vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majola. Can I afford EFF in the name of Siwisa to make a declaration?
No, thank you, Chairperson. Greetings, Chairperson. Compliments of the new season. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the budget vote for National Treasury, which has a mandate and the responsibility to promote economic growth to ensure fiscal stability, yet the National Treasury has not yet met their own mandate and objective when it comes to its budget. And we reject the budget of a department which is responsible for more than 15 entities, yet Parliament barely knows what is happening inside most of them. These entities include the Public Investment Corporation, Financial Intelligence Center, Government Technical Advisory Center, South African Special Risk Insurance Association, and the Land Bank, amongst others. Yet, year after year, These entities table glossy annual reports, but very little interrogation happened. When we know more about the failures of municipalities than what we do about institutions handling trillions of rands and central to the country's financial governance. This budget does not address the issue of economic growth, nor does it speak to the township economy that ensures employment for people with no skills or limited skills, or citizens that run SMMEs. Weak economic growth has seen the economy not growing fast enough to meet government spending and the continuous rise in debt. And without addressing the unemployment matter, there is no guarantee that there will be any increase in tax collection, as the state will still depend on the same citizens that are already strained by the high cost of living and living under the poverty line. And despite the South African Revenue Services requesting an increase in budget to ensure increase in revenue collection, they have failed to meet their planned target. Revenue collection is still lagging with a shortfall of 22 billion. And we cannot ignore the government debt that has ballooned to 55.3 trillion, where the debt services cost the largest item in the National Treasury. Chairperson, we need to implement budget reforms, enhance revenue collection, and manage expenditure. As the EFF, we have always been vocal in advocating for a budget that does not put our people through poverty. We advocated for a budget that is not an austerity measure put in place to promote an elite privileged group that only cares about their bank balances and not service delivery. And as such, Chairperson, the EFF unapologetically reject this budget for the National Treasury. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Siwisa. We are now proceeding to the declaration of the ANC in the name of Honorable Ndlovu.
Greetings to yourself, Chairperson of the NCOP and the Deputy President of the country and honorable members on the platform. Infrastructure is an important element of driving economic development and meeting the different social and economic needs of the people. The government made an observation in relation to the state of infrastructure in most of your urban areas, which have been neglected over the period. To optimize economic activity in metros, the government introduced an urban development financing grant, which targets strengthening the provision of various basic services which are traded by municipalities, such as water, electricity, sanitation, and waste. These services are important for cities and their people. A weakness in basic services can negatively impact investment and lower the level of development in areas. Honorable Chairperson, with an increasing population in metro areas and an increase in legal and illegal immigrants, a number of basic services have been negatively impacted, increasing and maintenance demands for infrastructure. Without sufficient maintenance of infrastructure in line with the life cycle of the development infrastructure, the reliability and quality of the provision of basic services are undermined. The government is currently implementing various mechanisms to ramp up maintenance and infrastructure investment through increasing the number of public-private partnerships, which should crowd in financial sector allocation to increase the impact of interventions to resolve challenges impacting various trading services. Trading services are also critical in revenue generation of metros, and their efficient management also translates to improve basic services provision and revenue collection as residents become satisfied with government services. The adjustment becomes satisfied with governments. The adjustment of appropriation allocated 2 billion for the urban areas development financing grant, which should contribute to strengthening trading services in line with the objective of Operation Vulindlela, which is reforming the manner in which the metro managed infrastructure to have a more integrated approach. The allocated funds will help increase the inflow of the private sector investment in metros that comply with the condition of a reformed model of managing the project and infrastructure life cycle. With that, Honorable Chairperson, the ANC support the budget. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu. The vote is being agreed to. I am informed that the EFF and the MK Party have tendered their objections and they've since been noted. We are now proceeding to vote number 9, which is planning, monitoring, and evaluation. The vote has been agreed to. I'm also informed that the EFF and the MK Party, they've since tendered their objections and accordingly they have been noted. We are now proceeding, honourable members, to vote number 10, which is electricity and energy. I've also been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of votes in terms of Rule 78. The MK Party, the African National Congress, those are the two parties. And accordingly, I want to afford Honorable Mukwena standing in on behalf of the MK Party to make a declaration. Honorable Mukwena. Honorable Mukwena. She doesn't seem to be on the platform. We are now proceeding to the African National Congress, which is represented by Honorable Modise. Over to you, Honorable Modise. Honorable Modise. Honorable Modise. Both members are not responding, and we shall proceed, and the vote has been agreed to. I'm also informed that the EFF as well as the MK Party, they've tendered their objections. The objections are noted. We are now proceeding to vote 11, which is the Public Service and Administration. Once again, the vote has been agreed to. I'm also informed that the EFF and the MK Party, they've since tendered their objections and the objections are noted. We are proceeding again, honorable members, to vote 12, which is Public Service Commission. Once again, the vote has been agreed to, and the EFF and the MK Party, they have since tendered their objections, which they have been duly noted. We are now proceeding to vote number 13, which is Public Works and Infrastructure. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make a declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78. The EFF Party, the DA, as well as the ANC. On my list, I have Honorable Makesini, who is standing in on behalf of the EFF. Over to you, Honorable Makesini.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Compliment of the new season. Greeting to the members. Chairperson, I've got a problem with my gadget for the camera. If you allow me to continue.
Sorry. If we can just see your face first, Honorable Makesini, before I allow you to switch off your camera.
Okay, Mama.
Thank you so much. You can switch off, thanks. You can switch off your gadget, Honorable Makesini, and switch on your mic. Honorable Makesini, you can
Oh, thank
proceed.
you very much. Now it's working. The mic. The economic freedom fighters categorically reject the budget vote of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure as it sees to be an instrument for the development and transformation that has instead become a weapon of economical suffocate for Black-owned companies. The Department of Public Works has positioned itself as a brutal administrative executioner using deregistration and exclusion as a blunt of instrument against the emerging Black contractors while failing to decisively to confront the real architect of corruption who loot the public resources with political protection. This selective application of the clean governance has nothing but institutionalized the economic racism. The economic racism, we ask for a fundamental question: how fair does it punish the entire Black-owned companies through deregistration without proper due process and transparency, and rehabilitation of mechanism while a political connection while connected entities continue to operate without impunity. The current approach does not fight corruption, Chair. It destroys the livelihood and collapses the small business and deepen the Black poverty. The EFF is not defending the corruption. We are demanding a fair and lawfulness, transformative consequences. Corrupt companies must be investigated, Chairperson, through credible forensic process, afforded due process, and where wrongdoing is proven, individual must be criminalized. Charge and the asset must be recovered. The collective punishment through the mass deregistration without support for compliance and correction is a counter-revolutionary and is anti-transformation. Chairperson, we reject the budget vote of the Department of Public Works has failed to build and maintain public infrastructure with dignity and efficiency and protect the growth of Black contractors while the radical economic transformation act inconsistently and transparency combating corruption. Use procurement as a tool for inclusive economic participation. Instead of this, Chairperson, we also observed the gatekeeping for exclusion and forcing the bureaucratic violence against the Black enterprises while preserving a white monopoly capital and the political connected elites. With those words, Chairperson, we reject this budget of Public Works. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makesini. The next speaker on my list is representing DA parties, Honorable Badenhorst.
Honourable Chairperson, thank you very much. I wish to place on record the Democratic Alliance's firm support for this vote and to commend the decisive leadership of Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Minister Dean McPherson, for his role in stabilising and reforming South Africa's construction and public infrastructure sector. After 3 consecutive quarters of decline, the latest data from Statistics South Africa confirms that the construction industry has returned to growth, recording a positive 0.1% expansion, along the creation of approximately 130,000 jobs in a single quarter. This is not accidental nor cyclical luck. It is early but measurable outcome of deliberate reform, improved governance, and renewed focus on delivery. Under Minister McPherson's stewardship, long-standing structural weaknesses are being addressed. Stronger procurement oversight, decisive action against non-performing contractors, the reduction of construction mafia disruptions, improved project preparation through Infrastructure South Africa, and a clear drive to unblock stalled projects have begun restoring confidence across the sector. For the first time in many years, both output and employment are moving in the right direction. Central to this turnaround is the South African Construction Action Plan, SACAP, endorsed nationally at the 2025 National Construction Summit. SACAP provides a clear, practical roadmap to professionalize the sector, enforce accountability, improve cash flow, modernize procurement, digitalize project tracking, and strengthen governance across the entire infrastructure delivery chain. It is a shift from excuses to execution. While challenges remain, the direction is unmistakable. Construction is a powerful engine for job creation and economic growth, and under this reform agenda, it is once again beginning to fulfill that role. I therefore fully support Minister McPherson's efforts and call on all spheres of government and industry partners to back the implementation of SACAP so that early gains translate into sustained growth, jobs, and reliable infrastructure for communities across the whole of South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. We are now proceeding to the ANC in the name of Honorable Lekwase.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP. As the African National Congress, we wish to declare our support, albeit the concerns for the Public Works and Infrastructure Budget Adjustment Appropriation Bill number 13. Infrastructure and public works are essential to the socio-economic growth of South Africa and its provinces. In addition to resolving historical injustices left over apartheid-era design, they serve as foundation for service delivery, economic expansion, and spatial transformation in order to promote development and raise citizens' standards of living. The provincial government, national agencies, and municipality needs to collaborate, their collaboration mostly rely on infrastructure investment. We do, however, wish to raise critical concerns on the lack of improvements in funding because of already existing challenges in our departments and entities. The property management trading entity is one example where we are faced with sizable property portfolio valued at billions. Many of these facilities are underutilized, poorly managed, causing other departments to pay more for private leasing. Additionally, the PMTE has large deficit that calls into doubt the sustainability of its operational paradigm. Infrastructure South Africa faces inadequate project coordination and delivery, where we have seen in our provinces a significant percentage of planned infrastructure projects that are still in early stages of planning and implementation hampered by delays, inadequate cost control, and disjointed responsibility. This affects efficiency and quality of critical infrastructure in diverse sectors. Decreases in budgetary expenditure towards the expanded public works program is a great concern, as there has been continued experiences with weaknesses in governance oversight, with reports showing inadequate monitoring and assessment system, as well as disproportionate advantages go more to train providers, not to employees. Fairness and transparency have occasionally been compromised by political meddling and favoritism in hiring. There is continued mismatch between training and skills. Although we agree with the critical skills development programs, training occasionally does not match the demands of the labor market, and inconsistent implementation across areas results in disparate outcomes for participants. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lekwase. And the vote has been agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and the MK party, they've since tendered their objections and they have been noted as such. We are now proceeding to vote number 14, States South Africa. The vote, colleagues, has been agreed to, and I'm informed that the EFF and the MK party has tendered its objection, and those objections have been noted. Honorable delegates, there is no adjustment to vote 15, which is the traditional affairs, and we are therefore proceeding to vote number 16. Which is basic education. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of the rules. The MK party, the DA, as well as the ANC. I will now proceed with the MK party, which is represented by Honorable Mhlongo. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair, and compliments of the season. With your permission, Chair, am I able to switch off my video due to network issues?
That's fine, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much. Okay, as the MK party, we do reject the budget for the basic education. Education is not a mere social service, but a constitutional right, an investment, a foundation for every South African child. Section 2 of the Constitution guarantees every child the right to education. Millions of learners are still in crowded classrooms, no reliable electricity, no textbooks, proper sanitation, the list is endless. The learning crisis, reading and writing, mathematics and science threatens South Africa's future, and the education system is dismally failing. Posts are not being filled and students are without educators. Technology is taking over the whole world, but we see no transition with our education, exposing our future generation to be subjected to more poverty and job losses. Looking at our infrastructures, the school buildings are unsafe and falling apart. Cold and rainy days mean no school for all the broken windows and broken doors. Many schools still contain asbestos. Children and educators inhaling the fiber every single day and are at risk of lung disease and cancer. The huge gap between the rural and urban schools remain a critical concern. Rural areas and locations suffer because of their postal codes and funds never reach them. Honorable members, the system has failed, and with no proper planning and consequence management, the education system will surely collapse. The recommendations by the AG are never implemented, and yet there are no accountabilities. The people of South Africa remain objects of the chess game as Umkhonto weSizwe fighting for every African child, the seed of this nation. We therefore reject the budget of the basic education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. We are now proceeding to the next party, which is the Democratic Alliance, represented by Honorable Adrianse.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The Democratic Alliance places on record its clear support for strengthening basic education as a national priority. We support a system that delivers quality learning, strong foundations in literacy and numeracy, safe and functional schools, supported, accountable educators. We affirm that success in education is not measured solely by pass rates, but also by learner retention throughout the schooling journey, by meaningful access to gateway subjects such as mathematics and physical science, which can significantly impact future opportunities. Expanding access to gateway subjects must go hand in hand with strengthening foundational learning so that learners are prepared to succeed and not set up to fail. This adjustment adds funding to the important Early Childhood Development Programme and is in line with Minister Gwarube's vision of ensuring that focus is placed on the entire education process and not only on matric results. We support reforms that prioritise early intervention, protect learner support programs, and strengthen accountability at provincial and district level. Our support is firmly grounded in the proper use of resources and clear consequences for underperformance. Through the NCOP, the Democratic Alliance commits to rigorous oversight to ensure every learner is retained, supported, and given a fair opportunity to succeed and thrive. We further acknowledge and support the innovative steps being taken to stabilise the system and provide South Africans with quality basic education. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adrianse. We are now proceeding to the declaration of the African National Congress in the name of Honorable Feni. Over to you, Honorable Fanny. Honorable Fanny. Is Honorable Fanny on the platform?
Hello.
Honorable Fanny.
Chair.
Can you make a declaration?
You mean PAD? Or maybe I'm the wrong one who's answering here.
It's Fanny, not PAD. Sorry. Yes, Fanny.
Okay, that's fine, honorable members. We don't have Honorable Fanny. We shall proceed with the proceedings, and accordingly, I want to indicate that this vote has been agreed to, and I'm informed that the EFF and the MK party has since tendered their objection in this regard. Then their objection has been noted. We are now proceeding to vote 17, higher education and training. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of votes in terms of Rule 78. We've got the MK party as well as the African National Congress. From the MK party, Honorable Mhlongo will be making a declaration. And I now hand over to Honorable Mhlongo to make a declaration.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. As Umkhonto weSizwe, the persistent underfunding of the TVET and NSFAS poses a serious threat to South Africa's education system. The inadequate budget allocation has resulted in structural failure, outdated equipment, shortage of qualified lecturers, and compromised student support service within the TVET colleges. NSFAS delayed allowances have led to growing uncertainty for students placing at many risk of exclusion. Many of our young women have resorted to prostitution in order to secure a meal for the day as they struggle through the crisis of being underfunded and delayed payment. TVET colleges play a huge role in the economy as it provides skills and also produces entrepreneurs. The class of 2025, we applaud the KZN for their outstanding results. But looking at the class of 2025, we have around about 927,000 learners who wrote the National Senior Certificate exam, and more than 760,000 learners passed. The 345 passed with the bachelor's pass and qualify for university. But unfortunately, our public universities can only absorb up to 230, meaning all the bachelor pass will not secure placement. Unemployment scale goes up. Higher education is not an option, but essential for building an inclusive economy, reducing youth and unemployment, and securing South Africa's future. Gwazam Konto, we reject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. We are now taking the declaration of vote in the name of the African National Congress, which shall be tendered by Honorable Mukweli. Over to you, Honorable Mukweli.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members in this August House. The special greeting to ever-present Deputy President of the country, Honorable Paul Mashatile. Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to speak to the aspiration of the young people across our country and provinces. Guided by the revolutionary call of the ANC Youth League and the Student Section Conference of 1982, I co-chair Fight, Produce and Learn, close quote. we reaffirm our commitment to access, discipline, and transformative education. Chairperson, the ANC 55th National Conference correctly identified the widespread abuse of National Student Financial Aid Scheme funds and persistent delays in disbursement to students. The conference also resolved to expand access to higher education for the poor and the working class while decisively addressing administrative inefficiencies and governance failure with the same scheme. Honorable members, the report presented to this House clearly demonstrates funding allocation for the PSET sector is not sufficient for the planned targets and realities on the ground. Therefore, creating a substantial shortfall that impacted more than 140,000 students in the technical and vocational education and training sector. The underfunding against said target further exclude thousands of deserving students. These figures underscore the system pressure confronting the student funding model. Honorable members, we further note with concern the 40 billion rand in the outstanding and uncollected student loans alongside the projected budget deficit of nearly 14 billion rand. These pressures are compounded by the rising cost of living, which has expanded eligibility criteria and placed additional strain on the system of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme is under threat. Agent intervention are required to stabilize funding, Chair, and strengthen loan recovery mechanism and enforce accountability. The future of our youth and the national development depends on the sustainable, efficient, and corrupt-free student funding system. As the African National Congress, we support the bill and remains committed to advancing access to education while upholding fiscal.
Your time is up.
And I thank you and Chairperson.
Honorable Mukwili. The vote is been agreed to. Of course, the EFF and the MKP party, they've tendered their objection, of which we have noted them as such. We are now proceeding to vote number 18, Department of Health. The vote has been agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF as well as the MK party have since tendered their objections, which we have noted as such. We are proceeding once again to vote number 19, the Department of Social Development. The vote has been agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and the MK party have tendered their objections and the objections are noted. We are now proceeding to vote 20, which is the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of votes. The first party being the MK party and as well as the ANC. I now afford the MK party an opportunity to make a declaration.
Thank you once again, Chair. I rise as Umkhonto weSizwe as a voice of the unemployed youth, women who are subjected to abuse, and the disabled persons. The South African youth unemployment rate is among the highest in the world, far above the overall national unemployment rate. This reflects ongoing structural issues in the labor market, education to work transition gaps, and limited job creations. Entrepreneurial skills learnership need to be promoted to help fight the high rate of unemployment and curb poverty. Many of our youth resort to crime, drugs, and prostitution, and that is a parent's reality in South Africa. Women are subjected to abuse every day and being murdered, not by the stranger they expect, but by their loved ones. Women are subjected to limitations, and often their voices are not heard. Persons with disabilities are too often excluded from schools, workplace, transport systems, and public life. Disability is not inability, barriers are. Universal access needs to be ensured, inclusive education, accommodation, and employment opportunities so that they are not left behind. The Constitution commits us to human dignity, equality, and freedom for all. The principles must be made real in budgets, policies, and programs. Inclusion must not be treated as an add-on. It must be central development. By empowering youth, advancing women, and including persons with disabilities, we are not helping minority, we are strengthening the nation. Therefore, as Umkhonto weSizwe, we reject. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. We are proceeding to the declaration of the African National Congress in the name of Honorable Masumpa. Over to you, Honorable Masumpa. Honorable Masumpa, it's your turn to make a declaration. Yes, you can proceed, Honorable Masumpa. We can see you. Honorable Masumpa, you're not audible. We can't hear a thing from you. Honorable Masumpa. She's not audible, honorable members. We can't hear. Okay, yes, we can hear you now. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, very much. In 2025, when the initial appropriation bill was presented, the Department of Youth, Women and Persons with Disabilities praised the Minister of Finance for addressing some of their demands. Meanwhile, the National Youth Development Agency was in the process of recruiting and now a fully functional board in place with an operational budget dedicated to addressing youth inclusion in the economy. The National Council of Gender-Based Violence previously had a secretariat with an operational budget of 5 million rand. Currently, the National Assembly has initiated the process of appointing board members to the council, with interviews scheduled to begin soon. The African National Congress acknowledges the work accomplished thus far. Regarding people with disabilities, especially children attending schools, we must prioritize oversight to ensure their well-being, both at school and at home where they receive care. While the current adjustment bill does not introduce significant, we have liked to see increased budget allocation to enhance department's program and promote greater economic inclusion and protection. We acknowledge the employment targets for people with disabilities have not yet been fully met. However, we are encouraged by the progress made in prioritizing the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, as well as the collaboration between the NYDA and SITA to equip youth with skills and promote entrepreneurship. The ANC and this House will continue to exercise oversight through local government representatives to ensure that all municipalities actively support the department's program, guarantee that no one is left behind, especially those that are in remote areas. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masumpa. That was her maiden speech in the House in the form of a declaration. Thank you very much once again, Honorable Sumpa. The vote, honorable members, has been agreed to, and I'm also informed that the EFF and the MK party has tendered their objection, and those objections are noted. May I take this opportunity and put vote 21, which is the Civilian Secretariat for the Police Services. Once again, honorable members, this vote has been agreed to, with exception of the EFF and the MK party. They have tendered their objections, which they were noted. And we are now proceeding to vote 22, which is the Department of Correctional Services. Once again, the vote has been agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and the MK party, they've tendered their objections, and those objections are noted as such. Proceeding to vote 23, the Department of Defense. Once again, I've been informed that there are parties that would like to make a declaration of votes. The parties that would like to make a declaration of votes is the EFF as well as the ANC. May I take this opportunity and afford Honorable Gerike an opportunity to make a declaration on behalf of EFF? Honorable Gerike. Honorable Gerike. He's not in. I'm now proceeding to the
Chair?
African National. Yes, Honorable Gerike, is it you?
It's Honorable Mamburu, Chair.
Okay, are you going to stand in on behalf of Honorable Gerike?
Yes, Chair.
Please proceed.
I'll switch off the video. Thank you, Chairperson. We need to make it clear that as the EFF, we categorically, without fail, reject this adjustment budget. This happened, Chairperson, that while only 50% of the South African National Defence Force is combat ready, which poses a security threat to the people of South Africa and the South African sovereignty. This happened under the leadership of the ANC and DA Grand Coalition, which is termed the GNU, who they do not see anything wrong with them under funding the South African Defence Force. We are saying this, Chairperson, that there is a lack or no maintenance or poor maintenance to the armory vehicles of the South African Defence Force, including the logistical supply, which the South African Defence Force is being subjected to. Chairperson, this comes after we have witnessed an incident which happened in Mpumalanga over the festive season, where an SANDF vehicle was swept into the river simply because the car itself was not roadworthy, the tires were worn off, and the brakes were not working. And as a result, Chairperson, this tells us that the ANC-DA Grand Coalition termed GNU have done nothing but to deteriorate the status of the South African Defence Force. And it also leads to say that Minister Angie Motshekga's appointment as the Minister of Defence Force have reduced the capacity which the SANDF had previously as the honor and also the superpower of African military. As such, Chairperson, the EFF reject this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We are now proceeding to the declaration of the African National Congress in the name of Honourable Phala. Honourable Phala. Honorable Phala. Okay, we shall proceed to the vote and declare it to be agreed to. And the EFF.
Comrade, Honorable Chair, Honorable
Yes,
Chair,
Honorable Phala.
my apology. The network is failing me. Can you give me? I'm just organizing myself here wherever I'm at.
Yes, you can proceed, Honorable Phala. I was actually about to declare the vote.
Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Honorable members.
Honorable Phala, please do proceed. We can hear you. Your time is running out.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the Defense Force, members of National Council of Provinces, the Defense Force before this House reflect a clear commitment to strengthening South African defense capability and ensuring that South Africa's National Defense Force remains fit for purpose in a complex and evolving security environment. Honorable members, the allocation of approximately 1.9 billion with a strong emphasis on capital assets, particularly through the Special Defense Account, is a positive and necessary intervention. It enables the continued acquisition and upgrading of key weapons, system, and defense technology, which are essential for improving the operational readiness and maintaining core defense capabilities. Chair, we welcome the support provided to AMSCO, with whose role in acquisition, maintenance, disposal services, and defense research remains strategic. A capable AMSCO underpins a sovereign defense capability, support the domestic defense and industry, and contribute to the long-term sustainability and skill development. Honorable members, it is acknowledged that the defense sector continues to operate under financial and operational pressures, including the aging equipment constrained maintenance capacity. However, this vote provides an important platform to stabilize critical capabilities and to begin addressing these challenges in a structured and a responsible manner. Chairperson, a functional and credible defense force is essential not only for safeguarding the sovereignty, but also for enabling South Africa's contribution to peace, support operation, border safeguarding, maritime security, and disaster response. These roles have direct relevance for provinces and communities across the country. Honorable members, this council therefore support a gradual and sustained recapitalization of the SANDF, building on the investment contained in this vote and align with long-term defense planning and fiscal stability. In conclusion, Chair, the direction of this defense vote is sound. It balances immediate capability needs with long-term renewal and provide a constructive basis for strengthening our defense force. For these reasons, as the African National Congress, we support this vote. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Phala, for the declaration. Accordingly, honorable members, this vote has been agreed to, of course, with an exception of EFF and as well as the MK party. They have since tendered their objections, which we have noted. We are now proceeding to vote number 24, which is the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. I'm informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration in this regard. We've got the MK Party in the name of Honorable Zulu, as well as the ANC in the name of Honorable Phala. Honorable Phala, if you can keep the place, the area where you are, would highly appreciate. Over to you, Honorable Zulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Umkhonto weSizwe Party rejects the budget of the IPID because it does not protect the people of South Africa. It protects police impunity. IPID is constitutionally mandated to investigate deaths in police custody, police shootings, torture, rape by police officers, and serious misconduct. Yet this budget deliberately underfunds that mandate. It expects IPID to confront a violent and militarized police service with insufficient investigators, weak forensic capacity, and collapsing provincial offices. One investigator carries hundreds of cases, dockets sits for years, families wait without answers, evidence disappears, justice is delayed until it is denied. This budget does not resolve backlogs, it normalizes them. Honorable Chairperson, whereas IPID still remains dependent on SAPS for forensic and technical support. Honorable Chairperson, that is a conflict of interest by design, an oversight body that relies on the very institution it investigates cannot be independent no matter what the law says. MK Party rejects this budget and demands a revised allocation that expands investigator capacity, strengthens forensic independence, enforces SAPS compliance, and places the dignity of our people above the comfort of institutions. Thank you so much, Chairperson. We reject this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Zulu. We are now proceeding once again to Honorable Phala. Honorable Phala.
Once again, Chair, good morning. My apology, Chair, where I am, the network is bad. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the NCOP, the African National Congress support vote 24 and recognize the IPID as a key institution in promoting accountability, integrity, and public confidence in policing, particularly at provincial and local levels where communities experience policing most directly. For the NCOP, IPID's work is essential in ensuring that policing standards are upheld consistently across provinces. Communities must have confidence that complaints against police officers are investigated independently, professionally, and without delay, regardless of where they live. The adjustment under this vote, which largely involve internal reallocation, must therefore be assessed in terms of the impact and provincial investigative capacity. The African National Congress emphasizes that provinces with high complaint volumes require adequate investigative support to ensure timely case finalization and effective cooperation with SAPS provincial management. We encourage IPID to continue strengthening its engagement with provincial legislatures, the community safety structures, and SAPS at provincial levels, so that investigation outcomes contribute to the improved discipline and professional conduct within the police. In supporting this vote 24, the African National Congress reaffirmed its commitment to the rule of law, accountable policing, and cooperative governance, ensuring that the oversight institution effectively serve communities across all the provinces. The African National Congress supports the vote 24. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pala. The vote has been agreed to, and I'm informed that the EFF and the MK party have tendered their objections. The objections are accordingly noted. We are now proceeding to vote 24. Sorry, honourable members. We are now proceeding to vote 25, which is justice and constitutional development. I've been informed once again that the following parties would like to make a declaration on this vote, which is the MK party as well as the ANC. I now afford the MK party in the name of Honourable Zulu to make a declaration. Over to you, Honourable Zulu.
Chairperson, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party rises to vehemently reject this report because it completely fails to confront the catastrophic crisis unfolding within the Department of Justice and its entities. From the day we entered this parliament, the MK party made it clear we do not give blank checks. Any report that refuses to place the poor and working masses at the center of justice is not worth adopting. A report divorced from the lived reality of our people deserves rejection, not endorsement. The report on the master's offices deliberately ignores the collapse taking place across the country. Communities face endless queues, month-long delays in letters of authority, critical staff shortages, and weak internal controls. Yet this report turns a blind eye of this daily injustice suffered by widows, orphans, and families. In terms of legal aid South Africa, legal practitioners were denied performance bonuses in 2025, despite working under extreme pressure, overwhelming caseloads, and severe resource constraints. This exploitation is not even acknowledged in this report. And in terms of the state attorney, chronic backlogs persist due to poor administration and lack of leadership. Justice cannot function when one legal practitioner is buried under impossible workloads and systemic neglect. Honorable Chairperson, the administration of justice in South Africa is structurally compromised. To support this report would be nothing short of a betrayal of the mandate given to us by our people. For this reason, Honorable Chairperson, the MK Party rejects this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. We are now proceeding to the declaration of the African National Congress in the name of the Inkosi.
Chairperson and
Inkosi Nonkonyan, over to you. Thanks.
Chairperson and honorable members, I rise again on behalf of the only party that is just celebrated its 114 years of its commitment to uplift the quality of life of all the people of South Africa and to liberate them. We rise to support the budget vote number 25 for this department. We do so, Chair, precisely because this adjustment appropriation for this department is key because it includes, amongst other things, the allocation of funds to the Justice Madlanga Commission. This is important given that the Commission is dealing with a matter that is of utmost importance and concern the law enforcement agencies that are critical for the safety and security of all the people of this country. We also note that the adjustment will also allocate funds for Justice Kampempe Commission. The commissions are part of our constitutional legal system that are critical for the deepening of our democratic system through the recommendations that they are to recommend to our government. As Parliament, our interest is that these commissions should conclude their work in a meaningful manner in time, and for that to happen, they require the necessary funds to continue to conclude their work. It's quite clear, Chair, that the party that is almost 2 years old, MK Party, does not understand this. There's no report. The report that I'm talking about, I think, is a figment of their own imagination. What we need here is to allocate funds for our department to be able to dispense justice for all in South Africa. We have no hesitation, therefore, Chair, to support this budget vote as the African National Congress. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nkosi Yami. We want to indicate, honourable members, that this vote has been agreed to. I'm also informed that the EFF as well as the MK Party, they've since tendered their objections, of which we have noted. We are now proceeding to vote number 26, which is the military veterans. Once again, the vote is being agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF as well as the MK Party have tendered their objections, and the objections are noted. Honourable members, we are proceeding to vote number 27, which is the Office of Chief Justice. The vote has been agreed to, with an exception of the EFF as well as the MK Party. They have tendered their objections and we have noted them. We are proceeding to vote number 28, the Department of Police. I'm informed that the following parties would like to make the vote, the declaration of votes, and the first party being the EFF, followed by DA, and as well as the ANC. We'll start with the EFF in the name of Mampuru, who will be standing on behalf of his party. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, Chairperson, I'm here to stand on behalf of the EFF to make it clear and categorically clear that we reject this adjustment budget. Chairperson, let me say that on the 22nd of August 2022, Mr. Tamim Bonani had all his livestock stolen in his farm. That was the first time he had his livestock stolen. His livestock was also stolen, Chairperson, in 2024 and also last year in 2025. Mr. Tamim Bonani have been reporting all these crimes which were happening at his farm to Delmas Police Station. Till today, no one was arrested and no feedback was given to him as to what happened to his livestock. That is not only Mr. Tamim Bonani who fell victim of a well-organized and well-coordinated livestock criminality which are taking place in Devon and Delmas area. Mrs. Zintle Abdul, who is also in Tipikari, had her livestock stolen in 2024 and also in 2025. She reported all these crimes at Devon Police Station. Till today, no report or progress was given to her as to how far are they with her livestock being stolen. Lastly, Mr. Isaac Mampana had his livestock stolen also in the area around Devon. He reported the case at Devon Police Station, and till today, no report was given. Chairperson, this happens because the South African Police Service is underfunded and South African police officers themselves are undercapacitated to deal with issues of stock theft. This happened because the only area where they are combating or the offices of stock theft are being centralized in Vereeniging. A case gets opened in Devon to only be transferred to Vereeniging to send one Mr. Van Vulen to come to Devon and deal with that matter. Only one man dealing with an area of over 60 farms where they are farming livestock. In that regard, Chairperson, we are rejecting this budget because it does not speak to the real issues which are affecting our people. But lastly, Chairperson, we would like to invite the people of South Africa to come into their numbers in East London on the 23rd of January to come and support the Commander-in-Chief and the President of all the marginalized when he's been persecuted by the state through the case which have been non-existing. We call upon our people to come and show solidarity into saying, if
Honorable
one African
member,
child is
your
being
time is
persecuted,
up.
all African
Your time
children
is
are being
up,
persecuted.
honorable
Thank you,
member.
Chair.
Thank you. We are now proceeding to Honorable Mukai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and to the colleagues on the platform. Compliments of the new year. Honorable Chairperson, the South African Police Service is constitutionally mandated to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, maintain public order, protect and secure the inhabitants of South Africa and their property, and uphold and enforce the law. However, it is disheartening that the service is in a state of near collapse. This negatively affects the safety and security of South Africans every single day. Crime hinders economic growth by raising business costs and deterring investment and stalling job creation. South Africans want to feel and be safe in their homes, in their streets, towns, and cities. This will ensure that their livelihoods are protected and lives thrive. We constantly live in fear as criminals are running amok, terrorizing our communities. Delayed crime statistics, poorly functioning forensic labs, malfunctioning digital systems, and unchecked tender irregularities directly put the lives of people at risk. It does not bode well also for strong community police relations when the budget for the Community Policing Forum fell from over 70 million rands in the previous financial year to a meager 28 million in this current financial year that must be shared by the 9 provinces and their stations. Additionally, public trust has fallen through the revelations at the Maglanga Commission and the other committee, which shows systematic leadership failures in the upper echelons of the service. It is therefore welcomed that the Hawks will be receiving additional funds. Honorable Chairperson, to this end, the Democratic Alliance demands the following: lifestyle and skills audits for all SAPS senior management, the introduction of treasury-aligned tender reforms with strict due diligence, fast-tracking of digitization of crime and forensic systems to produce accurate, timely data. We understand these measures, amongst others, will require additional resources, and through this adjustment budget process, every cent must be spent to keep South Africans safe and tackle crime head-on. We need to up the ante on visible policing and utilize these resources to make sure police stations are adequately staffed, operational vehicles are maintained and repaired on time. For this reason, we support Budget Vote 28. I thank you. Ke a leboga, baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukai. We are now proceeding to Honorable Mananiso, who's standing in for ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. Chair, let me start by congratulating SAPS for their successful festivities during festive seasons in terms of their achievement. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress supports Vote 28 and approaches this vote through the NCOP mandate to ensure that national policing priorities respond to provincial safety needs and local crime patterns. Policing is experienced at community level, and the effectiveness of SAPS is shaped by provincial realities such as urbanization, rural safety challenges, cross-border crime, and infrastructure constraints. Chairperson, the adjustment appropriation under Vote 28 reflects government efforts to sustain core policing functions while responding to operational pressures within a constrained physical environment. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the ANC welcomes measures that support visible policing detective services, and specialized capabilities, which are critical to addressing violent crime and organized criminal activity in provinces most affected by these challenges. We emphasize that effective policies also require strong coordination with provincial and local government, including municipality and community policing forum. The ANC further encourages SAPS to continue strengthening management, discipline, and accountability at provincial level, ensuring that resources are deployed efficiently and that communities experience improved safety outcomes. Honorable Chairperson, in supporting Vote 28, the ANC reaffirms its commitment to building a capable and community-centered police service, aligned with NCOP's role in promoting cooperative governance and equitable service delivery across all provinces. Honorable Chairperson, as I conclude, as the ANC, we support this vote and we want to encourage Honorable Mampuru to submit his concerns and queries through the Secretarial Office so that we can address issues that he has addressed when you are speaking about rejecting the vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable members, this vote has been agreed to. Of course, the EFF as well as the MK, they have tendered their objections, and we have since acceded to those objections. Having said that, I now hand over to Honorable Ryder to take the next vote. Over to you, Honorable Ryder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and good afternoon to all of the members and, of course, all South Africans participating through watching at home. Honourable members, we now move to vote 29, which is agriculture, and I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78. A reminder that it is a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. And let's start with the United Democratic Movement, represented by the Honourable Peter. Honourable Peter.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Speaker, this budget vote must force us to confront a deeply uncomfortable reality. In a country with fertile land, generations of farming knowledge, and the ability to feed itself, people are dying in poverty. This is happening not because South Africa do not know how to farm, but because the state has steadily withdrawn from supporting people to sustain themselves. We must ask serious and uncomfortable questions. How did we reach a point where hunger exists alongside arable land? Why has government allowed rural communities to become dependent on a grant and food parcel when in the past people farmed to feed their families? How has poverty become normal in villages that once produced food? There was a time when farming formed part of every life in rural South Africa. Communities planted crops, kept livestock, and sustained themselves. This was not accidental. It was supported by political leadership that understood the value of organized agriculture. In the Eastern Cape, leaders such as Lennox Sebe recognized the food security required structure, extension services, and a visible state support. Every village had a person who acted as a point of reference for farmers, someone who could be contacted when challenges arose. That system also failed. Lastly, Chairperson, today, many black farmers, particularly small scales and communal farmers, received little to no meaningful support. Even where assistance exists, farmers do not know how to access it. They do not know who to contact, where to apply, or how to navigate bureaucratic processes. Information remains inaccessible, while rural communities are left to fend themselves. Therefore, UDM support this budget on the principles of development. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Peter. The next declaration will be made on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, and it will be made by Honourable H.J. van der Berg.
Baie dankie voorsitter. Ja, dis met 'n mengsel van hoop en diep kommer dat ek dat ek namens die Vryheidsfront Plus praat oor net gou hier afsit, jammer, dit ding oor pla, oor die Departement van Landbou se aangepaste begroting en hul ambisieuse planne om back and closure uit te roei binne 10 jaar. Die minister het gister aangekondig dat hy 'n nasionale ramptoestand sal versoek. Wanneer die kabinet weer vergader, 'n stap wat die VF+ voorheen voorgestel het en ondersteun. 'n Noodtoestand kan meer hulpbronne en ander departemente se ondersteuning verseker ten einde hierdie krisis wat ons veebedryf nou lam lê na behore aan te vat. Maar die vraag bly, sal die departement back and closure binne 10 jaar kan uitwis? Kom ons kyk eerlik na die feite. Die departement praat van massa-inentings, streng bewegingsbeheer en kwarantyne. Dit klink goed, maar die realiteit op grondvlak vertel 'n ander storie. Volgens ons inligting is daar slegs ongeveer 320 staatsveeartse in die land, met vakante poste in provinsies soos KwaZulu-Natal en Mpumalanga, waar die uitbrake die ergste is. Hoe gaan die paar staatsveeartse 14 miljoen diere inent met so min hulpbronne? En waarom is daar so min veeartse wat opgelei word? Die VF+ het al jare lank gewaarsku en tog het die regering nie opgetree nie. Waarom sal dinge nou verander? Voorsitter, vertroue is laag, want dieselfde amptenare wat die krisis veroorsaak het, moet ons nou daaruit lei. Ons kort dringend finansiële hulp vir boere, privaat sektor vennootskappe, beter kommunikasie en dis tyd om op grondvlak te mobiliseer. Sonder ekstra hulp van die departement nie hul doelwit kan bereik nie. Begroting wys op herprioritisering van fondse vir biosekuriteit, maar met vakante poste en vertraagde projekte en tans feitelik geen beskikbare geëntstowwe is dit nie genoeg nie. Als wat nou beloof word, kon al sedert 2016 gedoen gewees het. Dit is 10 jaar van agteruitgang wat nou op 'n spits gedryf word. Dit is ook nou tyd vir die departement om hul wetgewing rakende die hantering van aanmeldbare veesiektes soos back and closure op te skerp en meer relevant te maak. Ten slotte, die VF+ sal politieke druk aanhou toepas omdat almal wat met diereboer nou aksie bitter nodig het. Ons ondersteun die aangepaste begroting, maar voel dat dit te min te laat is. Baie dankie.
Dankie, Akbare van den Berg. And let's go now to the economic freedom fighters represented today and on this instance by the Honourable Montwedi.
Compliments of the new year, the EFF rejects this budget votes and calls for serious action to be taken against the Minister of Agriculture by the President, as the Minister has dismally failed the sector. Let's remind South Africans once again that the current situation of the FMD must be located in the doorstep of the DA Minister, John Steenhuisen. Minister dissolved a multidisciplinary team established by former Minister Tokodo Diza and replaced it with some task team of DA-led veterinarians, and only to reinstate the multidisciplinary team later after his task team had failed. Chairperson, we are calling for the National Treasury to avail resources to the OBP to start ASAP with the manufacturing of FMD vaccine, as we can't expect to fight FMD without making any investment to produce vaccines locally. Chairperson, countries like Brazil bring back cattle to the market as soon as they are vaccinated. And here in South Africa is a different story. And this is the reason that farmers are not disclosing status at their farms, because of the fear to keep stock for more than a year without making no income from sales and without any government support. We are calling for an urgent review of the law on quarantine and F-branding. House Chair, we warned the department almost a year ago that another ticking time bomb is the shortage of veterinarians, where we see only 60 to 70 veterinarians servicing a population of 1 million citizens against an international norm of 400 to 600 veterinarians servicing a population of 1 million citizens. A vacancy rate of 45% on veterinarians, and this budget vote does not make any provisions to address this challenge. House Chair, Extension service also remains a key support needed on a daily basis by emerging farmers. And so once more, after raising this over and over, this budget vote does not make provision to appoint more extension services. The budget vote is not prioritizing animal identification law, which will assist with the traceability, and without these, we'll continue to have challenges of disease outbreaks without able to actually know where they are. House Chair, we raised before that the department must prioritize the process of migrating agricultural colleges to a status of institutions of higher learning. As students suffer a lot to incapacitating the department, a process that started some 12 years ago and not completed thus far. This budget vote is far from addressing that. We want to welcome and note the appointment of Mr. Mcebisi Jonas, the former Deputy Minister of Rural Development of Land Reform, as the chair of the Land Bank. We want to caution him that serious developmental reforms must be introduced in the Land Bank, as the Land Bank is far from operating as a developmental finance institution bank, and the bank is failing to spend money allocated for blended finance, which leave farmers frustrated and at the risk of at the brink of collapse. Because of the land bank, sellers are no longer willing to give offer to purchase to those interested to buy farms, because transactions takes
Honorable
almost...
Montwedi, your time has unfortunately expired.
Thank you, Chair. The EFF does not support the budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Montwedi. Let's hear next from the Democratic Alliance, and they'll be represented by the Honorable Pienaar.
Dankie, huisvoorsitter. Ek wil net die Vryheidsfront terugstel dat die minister reeds aangekondig het dat hy gebruik gemaak van die private sektor veeartse vir die toedieninge van die enstowwe. Honorable Chairperson, as a Democratic Alliance, we stand firmly behind the adjustment to the agriculture budget tabled by the Minister Steenhuisen and his department. These amendments come at a critical time for South African agriculture, particularly as farmers look to government for decisive and competent leadership in the face of the foot and mouth disease outbreak, which threatens not only our domestic meat industry, but also our trade relationships across Africa and globally. What agriculture needs now is stability, certainty, and evidence-based decision-making. That is precisely what the Department of Agriculture is delivering under the leadership of Minister Steenhuisen. This response is science-driven and focused on safeguarding both livelihoods and food security. Collectively, farmers, industry leaders, and governments must work together to contain and eradicate this outbreak. Mass vaccinations will continue from early February in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, followed by Limpopo and Mpumalanga. From this month, the department expects to receive deliveries for almost 1 million vaccines per month, building on the nearly 1 million animals already vaccinated in recent months. The department has rightly declared war on foot and mouth disease. Vaccinations must go hand in hand with strict movement controls, and I'm pleased to note that Limpopo's provincial government has already implemented stringent movement protocols, and that is how we stop the spread of this disease decisively, Chair. As a collective, we will ensure the safety, resilience, and long-term sustainability of South Africa's agriculture sector across both rural communities and commercial farms. Only through cooperation, discipline, and sound policy will we succeed. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Pienaar. And the last declaration on this particular budget vote will be made on behalf of the African National Congress by the Honourable Modise.
Thank you so much, Chair. Do you mind if I switch off my video? At least I'm here.
No, I can see you are here, and I can see the clouds rolling in, so I'm sure that there's a storm about to hit your area. Yes.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, firstly, greetings to yourself and all members on the platform, including the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa. I also want to start by firstly apologizing for what happened during budget vote 10, but I'm happy that the IT has worked on it and I'm able to address the House. And secondly, wish myself and the glorious African National Congress happy belated birthday and everyone that is birthdaying in the month of January. Chairperson, the African National Congress rises to declare its support for the adjusted appropriation bill. We acknowledge the Department of Agriculture's vital role in sustaining our nations, ensuring food security, aiding disaster recovery, and driving innovation in the agricultural sector. This adjustment budget reinforces those efforts with targeted funding and prudent measures. In the wake of floods, droughts, and livestock disease outbreaks of 2024-2025, supporting our farmers has never been more critical. The adjustment appropriation allocates an additional 336 million to the comprehensive agricultural support program to rebuild agricultural infrastructure damaged during these disasters. The recent foot and mouth disease outbreak was described as the worst livestock farming disaster in our history. Such crisis underscores the importance of robust disaster response and biosecurity measures. We applaud the department's swift intervention to help farming communities recover and to bolster resilience against future shocks. Food security remains paramount. It is unacceptable that only 1/3 of South African households are food secure, while nearly 18% experience severe hunger. Through this adjusted budget, the department will intensify support for food production at all levels by empowering smallholder farmers with inputs and training and scaling up initiatives like food gardening and the National Food and Nutrition Security Plan. They should work to ensure that none South African goes to bed hungry. Furthermore, the African National Congress-led government is championing innovation and inclusive growth in agriculture. We must harness technology, research, and partnership to modernize this sector. Our vision is for agriculture that is youth-driven, science-based, climate-smart, and inclusive. One where emerging farmers and agripreneurs thrive alongside established producers. The adjustment before us support this vision and prioritizing farmer support, market access, and agri-innovation programs. In conclusion, as the African National Congress, we support this budget and we believe that it will help most of our farmers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Modise. And honourable members, that means that vote 29, agriculture, is agreed to. I am informed that the EFF, in spite of the content of the declaration, and the MKP have tendered their objections, and those objections are indeed noted. Honourable members, we now move to vote number 30, which is communications and digital technologies. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78. Again, a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. We'll start with the Democratic Alliance, represented by the Honourable Mokai.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson Ryder. The Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, under the vibrant leadership of Minister Solly Malatsi, plays a crucial role in fostering broader economic and social participation by all citizens through digital transformation, underpinned by the Fourth Industrial Revolution. This department, with an annual budget of just over 2.5 billion rands, focuses on creating a South Africa where citizens can enjoy greater economic and social prosperity. Because when people are part of the digital world, this, according to Minister Malatsi, ignites their economic potential, fosters social inclusion, and spur progress that can drive this nation forward together, leaving no one behind. I close quote. Over 700 million rands over the MTF will be spent to provide universal broadband access, aiming to reach 5.5 million households later this year. This will be rolled out through the SA Connect program to accelerate broadband expansion, particularly in schools, clinics, and rural communities where access remains limited, indeed making sure that no one is left behind. Honorable House Chair, the department has amended regulations governing the State Information Technology Agency, commonly known as SITA, to allow departments to procure ICT services outside of the agency. This will ensure that the delivery of essential public services, such as access to the courts and home affairs, continue unhindered. The days of system of line are soon becoming a thing of the past. In addition, efforts are at an advanced stage to make smart devices affordable to ordinary South Africans. Now listen to this. The department successfully engaged National Treasury to remove 9% of luxury tax on smartphones under 2,500 rands, a major breakthrough, making entry-level smart devices more affordable for low-income households. The Democratic Alliance believes all these efforts, amongst others, under the stewardship of Minister Malatsi are crucial in narrowing the digital divide and ultimately contributing to growing our economy and creating much-needed jobs for all South Africans. The DA supports the Adjustment Appropriation Bill for vote number 30. I thank you. Kyaleboga Bayedanki.
Boga Morena, thank you very much, Honorable Mokai. The African National Congress's declaration will be read by the Honorable Mabilo.
Thank you, House Chair, and greetings to the Deputy President of the Republic and all members on the platform. As the African National Congress, we stand in support of the Adjustment Appropriation Bill, recognizing its role in accelerating South Africa's digital revolution and ensuring the governance of our strategic communication and digital technological institutions. Our support as the African National Congress is anchored in the foundational commitment to building a capable, ethical, developmental state that harnesses technology as a tool for inclusion, economic growth, and improved service delivery for all citizens. Our view of this bill is that it provides the necessary fiscal agility to address critical gaps and opportunities within the digital landscape, directly supporting the transformative oversight work of the Portfolio Committee and the Select Committee and the overall improved governance of the department and its entities. As the African National Congress, we consider the specific allocations and mechanisms within the bill as precisely targeting overcome the systematic challenges that the sector faces. The rollover allocation for digital infrastructure projects, such as those managed by Centec, Broadband Infraco, and the State Information Technology Agency, are essential investments to prevent debilitating delays in national connectivity projects. The provision made for self-financing expenditure recognize the innovative potential within the departments, allowing revenue generated from services to be reinvested into strengthening digital capabilities, a model that promotes efficiency and the sustainability of key institutions such as SAPO and the SABC. This legislative tool is directly aligned with our parliamentary engagements and contributions as the ANC. Our declaration and firm stance that the sector must be a key driver in enabling broader inclusion in the digital economic remain. We retain our view that the sector needs a broad revision of key governing legislative instruments, including the complete review of the Electronic Communication Act of 1936 of 2005, Act 36 of 2005. The ANC views the bill as an enabler of our digital sovereignty. It allows us to fund the infrastructure that bridges the digital divide, resources the regulations, and ensure fair competition and correct the governance value that undermine trust. As I conclude, Chair, as the African National Congress, we therefore endorse the Adjustment Appropriation Bill, confident that it is an instrument for building a connected, digitally empowered South Africa that leaves no one behind in the fourth industrial revolution. We support the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mabilo. Your time did expire. Honorable members, that means that vote number 30 is agreed to. I'm informed once again that the EFF and the MKP have offered their objections, and those objections are noted. Honorable members, I now put vote 31 to the House. Vote 31 is employment and labour. I've been informed that the following parties would make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. Again, maximum 3 minutes per declaration. We'll start with the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, represented now by the Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. Season's greetings. Could I please ask your indulgence in not using the video because there's a lot of wind and I see it's affecting my my access to the chamber.
A lot of wind. Yes, no problem. Thank you, Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you. I rise on behalf of the MK Party, the only party worth voting for in the 2026 local government elections.
Chairperson, let us be clear from the outset. This department is not only failing quietly, it's also failing loudly, expensively, and with complete confidence. South Africa's unemployment crisis is not a mystery, it's not complex, it's not even misunderstood. It is the predictable outcome of a Department of Employment and Labor that confuses motion with progress and paperwork with jobs. This department is permanently busy drafting frameworks, busy hosting summits, busy regulating an economy that is already on its knees. And yet unemployment in this country remains stubborn, structural, and brutal. One must almost admire the audacity, quarter after quarter of failure, followed by another request for funding, another plan, another adjustment, as though repetition would eventually become success. The GNU tells South Africans that the labor market is stabilizing after its establishment. That is a bold statement to make in a country where young people are unemployed before they have even been employed. Experienced workers are discarded as liabilities, and small employers are treated like criminals for trying to survive. This department, as it is really not a good factor at all for South Africans. The adjustment budget does not confront reality, it repackages it. Instead of asking why existing programs have failed to absorb labor, we offered more administration, more monitoring, more coordination, because when jobs do not exist, the GNU's solution is always the same: create another layer of oversight. Unemployment apparently can be managed but not solved. The department is relentless with enforcement and gentle with itself. Our position as the opposition party is clear and final. We say this without hesitation. The department does not need more money. It needs a reckoning, South Africa, and it needs a reckoning. South Africa does not need more labor policies, it needs jobs. And until the GNU accepts that you cannot regulate an economy into employment, this department will remain well-funded, well-rehearsed, and completely disconnected from the lived reality of the unemployed. We as the MK party will not legitimize failure by approving cosmetic adjustment. South Africans are not unemployed because they lack skills, discipline, or effort. They are unemployed because this government has run out of ideas and refuses to admit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mokoena. Your time has expired. Honourable members, we go to the next declaration. Again, the Democratic Alliance will be represented by the Honourable Pinar.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, there is a war being waged against unemployment in South Africa, and we are losing. The Department of Employment and Labour must take responsibility for this failure. In 1994, the unemployment rate stood at around 20%. Today, it sits over 30%. Even more shocking is youth unemployment, which is approximately 60%. The Minister should be ashamed. This may not be a question session, Chairperson, but it is a question that must be asked. What has this department been doing for the last 30 years? Instead of focusing on job creation, the department has prioritized propping up unions and imposing rigid employment equity targets on the private sector. None of these interventions has resulted in more South Africans being employed. All they have achieved is longer SASSA queues and a deeper dependency on the state. As the Democratic Alliance, we support the adjusted budget, but we do so hesitantly. We support the adjustment not because we have confidence in the department's performance, but because an unfunded department cannot even begin to address crises of this magnitude. Chairperson, as the NCOP, it is our duty to ensure that this department and its budgets are closely monitored and held accountable. The department's KPIs and management bonuses must be directly linked to one figure only: the unemployment rate. Not the number of meetings held, not reports written, but job opportunities created. Today, coincidentally, is the deadline for private companies, the very businesses that drive economic growth and employment, to submit their employment equity reports to the Department of Employment and Labour. Failure to comply could result in fines of up to 1.5 million rand or 2% of yearly turnover. Chairperson, we should be taking hands with the private sector, not making enemies of them. This is precisely why the Democratic Alliance has taken this legislation to the Constitutional Court, because someone must stand up for the unemployed and fight for job creation, because this department is clearly not. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Pienaar. Let's go now to the African National Congress, and I believe it's Honourable Modise representing them.
Yes, Chair, the same request is still made once more, and
Yes,
I hope the
perfect,
same
and agreed to.
response is still the same.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. It must also be noted, Chair, that when we support the budget votes, we support them because we understand that it's for the benefit of the people of South Africa and not who's the minister and from which political party. And therefore, as the African National Congress, we welcome the proposed adjustment for Vote 31 as a demonstration of our government flexible and strategic commitment to decent work, social protection, and poverty alleviation. These recalculations are not arbitrary. They are meticulously designed to maximize the impact of every rand spent in realizing our mandate to build a more equitable society. The core mandate of this department is to reduce unemployment, poverty, and inequality, and that requires continuous adaptations. The proposed transfer from transfers and subsidies to payments for capital assets within inspection and enforcement services is a critical move. This shift acknowledges the effective regulatory compliance is a pillar of fair labor practices and demands modern tools and infrastructure. This capital investment ensures that our inspectors are better equipped to enforce labor law, protecting workers' rights, and enhancing compliance across all sectors. Furthermore, while fines within our main divisions may be realigned, the underlying commitment to social dialogue and employment services remain robust. Crucially, the bill confirms an appropriation of 132 million to the NETLEC under the Labour Policy and Industrial Relations. NETLEC is the paramount institution for strengthening social dialogue between government, labour, and business. This appropriation underscores the ANC's belief that collaborative governance rather than unilateral action is the most sustainable path to the national economic transformation and sustainability. These strategic adjustments ensure that the department can effectively uphold labor standards, improve the quality of regulatory functions, and solidify the platforms of national consensus building, all essential pillars in the fight against unemployment inequality. We wholeheartedly, as African National Congress, support this adjustment which strategically align with the budget within the practical delivery of dignified and protected working life for the people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Modise. And then vote 31 is therefore agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and the MKP have registered their objections. Those objections are indeed noted. We move on to vote 32, which is Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations in terms of Rule 78, with a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. We'll start with the Democratic Alliance. Again, the Honourable Pienaar.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, under the new leadership of Minister Vele Okamp at the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, we are confident that the department is in safe hands. As the Democratic Alliance, we are encouraged by his appointment and look forward to what can be achieved during his tenure. In that spirit, we wholeheartedly support the adjustment budget as presented by the Minister. We were also pleased to see the Minister actively involved in beach cleanups over the December period, a practical signal of the direction he intends to take this department. Chairperson, pollution in our communities must be treated as a priority. Many rural communities depend on local river systems to irrigate crops and provide drinking water for livestock. Yet, far too often, we still see municipalities dumping raw sewage into the oceans and river systems, with devastating consequences for the health and well-being of communities. We trust that the department will act decisively against those municipalities found to be polluting our environment. However, Chairperson, the environment protection cannot rest on the shoulders of government alone. The well-being of our oceans, forest, and national environment requires a whole-of-society approach. Communities must hold one another accountable. When we see wrongdoing, we must call it out. Sadly, the plastic bag is fast becoming our national flower. Illegal dumping and environmental abuse should be reported and confronted wherever it occurs. These are basic principles, Chairperson, that we should be teaching our children. By doing so, we safeguard a clean, biodiverse country for future generations. Our natural resources are sustainable, but only if we actively protect them. Lastly, Chairperson, we must appreciate and recognize the role of the Minister and his department are playing in the protection of our agricultural sector during the current foot and mouth disease outbreak. As wildlife falls under his jurisdiction, and buffalo are known carriers of the disease that spread to cattle. Cooperation between departments is critical during times like these. Chairperson, we are excited for a clean road ahead. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Pinar. And now we move back to the African National Congress, this time represented by the Honourable Ndlangisa Nodada.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. May I just open the...
If we can see you briefly, Honourable, yeah, that's perfect. Thank you very much.
May I switch off now because of this wind? Thank you, Honourable House Chair, Honourable Deputy President of the country, Honourable members, fellow South Africans. In line with the prescripts of Section 21 as enshrined in the Constitution, the Climate Change Act establishes a legal framework for just and low carbon transition with the intention to enhance resilience and reduce emission through various mechanisms. These include the prioritization of climate-friendly budget capable of mitigating environmental harm to our people and communities. It is therefore our considered view as the African National Congress that the budget and budget adjustment do not sufficiently respond to the department's plan to action and aggressively implement the Climate Change Act towards reducing carbon emissions. According to the Clean Air Fund, air pollution is the second biggest threat to health in South Africa and causes approximately 25,800 deaths a year. It is against this backdrop that we implore the department to utilize the rollover funds for the tune of 1.33 million, not only to rent land for the storage of used tires, but also ensure the eco-friendly recycling mechanisms are funded and well maintained. Many depots remained overloaded and managed in a manner that leaves them susceptible to other risks such as fires, as was the case in Lichtenburg in the Northwest. This poses a great health risk to the surrounding communities. As I conclude, I would also like to note and welcome the 6.311 million towards transfers and subsidies for the South African National Biodiversity Institute. We believe that it's going to assist with the significant infrastructure upgrade and maintenance project that the entity is undertaking across its national botanical and zoological gardens. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ndlangisa Nodada. The vote number 32 is therefore agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and the MKP have once again registered their objections, and those objections are indeed noted. I now put vote 33 to the House, Honourable Delegates. Vote 33 is human settlements. I see that there have been no indications of anyone wanting to make a declaration. The vote is therefore agreed to, but I am informed that the EFF and the MKP have registered their objections, which are well noted. I put vote 34 to the House, Mineral and Petroleum Resources. Again, no indication of declarations. The vote is agreed to, and the EFF and MKP have indicated their objections. Those objections are noted. Honourable Delegates, I put vote 35 to the House. It's Science, Technology and Innovation. The vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and the MKP have submitted objections, and the objections are noted. Honourable members, I put vote 36, Small Business Development, to the House. The vote is agreed to. I'm informed once again that the EFF and the MKP tendered their objections, and those objections are noted. Honourable members, we now move to vote 37, Sports, Arts and Culture. And I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78, with a maximum of 3 minutes allowed per declaration of vote. We'll start with the Patriotic Alliance. Honourable Farmer. Honorable Farmer, are you, I note that you are connected. Would you please unmute yourself and proceed with your declaration?
My apologies, Chair. Am I audible?
You are audible. If you can just show us your face on the screen, even if it's briefly, and then proceed with your declaration, please.
Chairperson, this is me, as you know me. A bit more beautiful for the new year, but this is me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Chairperson, as the Patriotic Alliance, I want to wish everyone a successful 2026. And the Patriotic Alliance approaches the adjustment appropriation bill with a clear and practical focus, ensuring that government resources translate into real benefits for communities on the ground. When we speak about sports, arts, and culture, we are speaking about more than events or administration. We are speaking about youth development, community safety, social cohesion, and livelihoods, especially for young people and community-based practitioners who depend on these sectors for opportunity and dignity. Sport plays a critical role in keeping young people active, disciplined, and away from crime. Arts and culture give South Africans a voice, preserve our identity, and support many individuals who earn a living through creative work. Heritage institutions and programs help communities understand where they come from and where they are going. Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance welcomes the adjustment under this vote that aim to protect core programs and ensure continuity, particularly those that support community sport, grassroots development, artists and cultural practitioners, heritage and cultural projects. At the same time, Chairperson, we emphasize the importance of effective implementation. Funding must reach community clubs, local organizations, and practitioners, including those who are often not part of exclusive networks. Adjustments must result in visible impact at local levels, especially in townships and rural areas. From a Patriotic Alliance perspective, the focus must remain on strengthening cooperation between national, provincial, and local government, ensuring fair and transparent access to funding, supporting practical programs that deliver lasting value, not only once-off activities. We recognize the tight budget conditions in which this adjustment takes place. Within these limitations, it is encouraging that priority is given to sustaining programs that contribute to safer communities, active youth, and social unity. In conclusion, Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance supports Vote 37 within the Adjustment Appropriation Bill. We do so with confidence in the leadership of the department and with the expectation that these adjustments will continue to strengthen delivery at community level. Salute. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Farmer. And we'll now hear from the African National Congress, represented by the Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. No, thanks very much, House Chair, honorable members, the Deputy President of the country, the special greetings to the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable Makifeni, fellow South African, a nation united roar of stadium, the rhythm of festival, and the story architect in our heritage site. Well, 2025-2026 financial year is not just funding. It is a fuel for an active, winning, creative, and socially cohesive South Africa. Honorable members, given the current national and geopolitical contexts, the department work is instrumental in advancing social cohesion and nation building. Within this budget, the department's work must preserve, educate, and foster innovation in the field of sports, arts, and culture as critical pillar of social fabric of South African community and our shared nation identity. Chair, we are encouraged by the investment being made in the cultural and creative industry and call for the greater oversight of critical infrastructure development, the transformation of our heritage sites, and the continued strengthening of language development and social cohesion program. Chair, in conclusion, the African National Congress stands firmly behind Vote 87 as a commitment to the realization of the objective of the Freedom Charter, which declared that all nation groups shall have equal rights. There shall be equal status in the bodies of state, in courts, and in the schools for national groups and races. Chair, maybe allow me also to strengthen this, that the reason why we can even see that now in the basic education, the nation, we are able to obtain 88% plus. It is because of the foundation that has been laid by the Freedom Charter and the African National Congress since we come in 1994. And all shall have equal right to use their own languages and develop their own folk culture and custom. And all nation groups shall be protected by law against insult to the race and national pride. The preaching and practice of national, racial, and color discrimination shall be punished crime. And lastly, shall be set aside. I thank you, Nyakenza, Kialeboa, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mokwele. Honorable delegates, vote 37, sports, arts and culture is therefore agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and the MKP have tendered their objections, and those objections are noted. Honorable delegates, there is no adjustment to vote 38, which is tourism, and we will therefore proceed directly to vote 39. I put vote 39 to the House. It is the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78, with a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. We'll start again with the Democratic Alliance, represented by the Honorable Pinar.
Thank you once again and for the last time, House Chairperson. The Department of Trade, Industry and Competition is the tip of the spear when it comes to job creation and economic growth in South Africa. Holding that spear is Minister Park Staal, alongside the newly elected and appointed Democratic Alliance Deputy Minister, Alexandra Abrams. As the Democratic Alliance, we will always vote yes for job creation and economic growth. We support the adjustment budget as presented by the department. However, Chairperson, this support is not unconditional. The Minister's foremost priority must be real job creation and sustainable economic growth, not the expansion of bloated funds such as the so-called Transformation Fund. The reality is, since the introduction of BBBE, South Africa's unemployment rate has only increased, clearly demonstrating that these policies benefit a politically connected few rather than the millions of South Africans looking for work. This is a new dawn, and as part of the GNU, the ANC must recognize that voters removed its outright majority precisely because its economic policies are not working. The mandate is clear: grow the economy and create jobs. Policies of the past have only failed our citizens. DTIC is uniquely positioned to change the daily realities of South Africans, and its budget must reflect that responsibility. Millions remain unemployed, particularly in rural provinces and villages. What should be the focus of this department is jobs and economic growth, not ill-conceived pyramid schemes. The Democratic Alliance will hold you accountable, Minister Tau, should you fail to uphold the GNU mandate of economic growth and job creation. Changes can be made. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Pinar. And the African National Congress has the next turn, and this time represented by the Honorable Sitole.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. If I can just switch off my video, still on the monitoring of the school readiness, if you allow
Yes,
me.
please.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. Vote 39 sit at the heart of our country's fight against unemployment, inequality, poverty, and low growth. It is through this vote that the ANC-led government support industrialization, local manufacturing, township and rural enterprise, and job creation. Decision taking in this vote are therefore not technical matters. They have real consequences for household and business struggling to make ends meet. The Adjustment Appropriation Bill reflects vehement vote within Vote 39, including reduction to Industrial Development Corporation sector program and redirections towards administrative and operational expenditure. While these reductions are meant to respond to genuine pressures, they raised serious concerns about whether resources are reaching the productive parts of the economy where jobs are created. For a young person in a township waiting for work, or a small manufacturer in a rural area trying to survive, rising costs reduce support to IDC sector program. It is not an abstract issue. It means delayed project, lost opportunity, and jobs that never materialize. The African National Congress understands the need for sound administration. A capable state requires functioning systems, planning, and coordination. However, administration must support development, not replace it. When funds move away from industrial programs towards goods and services, Parliament must ask whether this reflects implementation failures, weak planning, or deeper capacity constraint, or within the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. These vehemence also raise a political question: if resources intended to stimulate production and empowerment are repeatedly shifted, who pays the price? It is not a large corporation. It is workers, SMMEs, cooperatives, and informal businesses that depends on the state support for growth and survival. ANC supports industrialization, localization, and inclusive growth, but support must be felt on the ground, not diluted through shifted priorities. Vote 39 must remain a job creation vote, not a bureaucratic one. The ANC therefore insists that future environment restore
Honorable
focus
Sitole.
to job. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, your time did expire, Honorable Sitole. Honorable delegates, that concludes the discussion on the debate on the vote. The vote is therefore agreed to. I am informed that the EFF and the MKP have tendered their objections. The objections are noted, and we'll now move on then to vote number 40. Vote 40 is transport. There is no indication of desire to deliver a declaration. The vote is therefore agreed to. Once again, we've been informed that the EFF and the MKP asked to register their objections. Those objections are noted and indeed registered. Honourable members, we move to vote 41, which I put to the House. Vote 41 is water and sanitation. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78, with a maximum of 3 minutes allowed per declaration of vote. We'll start with the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, represented by the Honourable Nzimande. Honourable Nzimande, I see you are connected. Are you able to unmute yourself and deliver your declaration on behalf of your party?
Thank you, Chair.
We move forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, my chair. MK Party object this bill. The recent AXA report titled "Source to Supply a Shared Responsibility for a Water Resilient Future" affirm our repeated deposit in this house that the DA-led GNU is continuously scratching where it's not itching. On a yearly basis, they present plans for mere compliance with no tangible impact in the citizens' life. We have repeatedly argued and still do that the improperly couched plans, inadequate management of water, poor water conservation, lack of maintenance, and failure of waste water treatment plants, and lack of oversight to detect early warning signs are the genesis of the failures throughout the water value chain. AXA attested to these repeated warning. We submit that no amount of money can substitute the incompetency of this GNU. The incapacity of this GNU shall never ensure the reliable water and sanitation services to the citizens. Wastewater systems shall continue fail to be compliant with green dropped regulatory requirements, and so as water supply systems shall persist not to be compliant with drop requirements, and no sustainable water supply of water consistent with growing population, health and well-being of the citizens is compromised. Failure to provide water demand by most sectors of economy, including agriculture and mining, has a negative impact on the economic growth. Material irregularities continue to grow and corruption go unabated under this government. The commitment of the National Development Plan that all South Africans will have affordable access to enough safe water to live healthy and dignified lives by 2030 is a pipe dream. We refuse to support collapsing of our economy, compromise of the health and well-being of citizens, putting money on non-responsive plans with no direct impact to the citizens and the economy. Alucha continua, Chair, and Happy New Year.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nzimande. Indeed, honourable delegates, the next declaration will be delivered on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters, and representing them now will be the Honourable Kaya Teza. Thank you, Honourable Teza.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the budget vote for the Department of Water and Sanitation. We reject this vote in light of the lived realities of our people across the country and their daily struggles with water and sanitation. Moreover, the lived experiences of communities such as those found across Emakazeni, which it is itself a case study of systemic governance collapse, constitutional failure, and the bankruptcy of the district development model. In Satutuka Township, particularly in wards 1, 2, 3, and extension 11, residents suffer under incomplete and dysfunctional sewer plants, bulk water supply infrastructure, and incomplete toilet facilities. Toilets there either do not flush or were not completed by the appointed contractors. The Roman Catholic Church sewer plant in Ward 2 is characterized by defective workmanship, delays, and abandonment without consequence management, while sewer problems persist in nearby Belfast. Residents in Sakelwe Township also suffer similar fate, and disturbingly, Chair, even the new development in Gugulethu Township in Ward 7 in Waterfall Boven is already plagued by inadequate sewer infrastructure and toilet facilities, proving that failure is being reproduced even in new projects. Chairperson, the same fate is experienced by residents in Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality, where there is a health crisis unfolding due to the wastewater treatment plants that are derelict, causing untreated sewage to spill into the Buffalo River, putting residents' lives at risk. Across all provinces, there is a lack of access to clean running water, and entire communities remain without water. What we need is a state-led delivery with in-source technical capacity, a decisive break from tender failures, criminal accountability for corruption in basic services. This is not a request for luxury, Chairperson, but a basic constitutional right. In conclusion, these failures expose a crisis of accountability, competence, and lack of political will. The EFF declares that there can be no economic freedom without water and sanitation. We continue to fight until water flows, sewer plants work, and dignity restored. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Teza. And let's move to the Democratic Alliance, represented again by the Dr. Skierkogel.
Thank you, House Chair. Chairperson, vote 41 on the adjustment budget shows a 3.296 billion reduction, not because South Africa's need for clean water and better sanitation have reduced, but because life-changing funds went unspent. This significantly relates to the delays on the raw water component of the Umkomazi River project, which is now only expected to start construction in March 2026. This is not saving. It is the cost of weak execution, delayed delivery, and rising costs, while communities wait for water security. When sound planning is done and project management is disciplined, then every number on a budget becomes well-spent taxpayers' money, reliable service delivery, and dignity for South Africa. The uncomfortable truth about the 3.3 billion of unspent funds by the Department of Water and Sanitation means that communities like Tafelkop, west of Durban, which have lived with dry taps for over 15 years, must continue to fetch water from streams because the Upper Umkomazi scheme, once promised for 2018, will only be completed in 2032. Such delays are failures of proper oversight and undisciplined deployed cadres, and not from a lack of need. The department's inability to spend shows that planning and procurement are broken. National Treasury Section 71 reports attributes municipal underspending on grants to late business plans and persistent supply chain management problems. The water service infrastructure grant remains severely underperforming, and without urgent corrective measures, service delivery backlogs will be worsened. In March 2025, Treasury suspended 900 million in RBIC and WESIG funds to 25 KwaZulu-Natal municipalities because of poor management and non-performance. The report lists 115 worst performing water service authorities, where projects that began in 2020 still won't finish until 2026 or later. This is not fiscal prudence, it is at the cost of weak governance. Chairpersons, budgets on papers do not bring water to household. Good fiscal management means spending well on time and for value. When projects are delivered on schedule, each rand becomes completed infrastructure, services, and dignity for our people. The 3.3 billion cut in vote 41 should spur us to demand credible planning, transparent procurement, and accountability for the department and municipalities. In conclusion, communities cannot wait for another decade for water. We must insist that essential projects like the Umkomazi are executed without delay, that grants are used effectively, and that every allocated rand translates into taps that run. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Honourable delegates, we now look to the African National Congress, represented by the Honourable Ndlangisa Nodada once again.
Honourable Chairperson, I also would like to switch off because of this wind still blowing outside.
Thank you.
Honourable House Chairperson, Deputy President of our country, honourable members of this august House, good afternoon. Water and sanitation are critical public services that directly affect the health, dignity, and livelihoods of our people. The African National Congress addresses this House to highlight the key challenges in the sector and to underscore the urgent need for accountability, efficient use of resources, and timely delivery of infrastructure projects. Honourable members, we note that the Umkomazi water project experienced delays in the raw water component, which has slowed service delivery and created challenges in meeting the needs of affected communities. These delays highlighting the need for improved planning, coordination, and accountability in infrastructure projects. Furthermore, we observe that the water sanitation budget was reduced by 3,296,000 rand, limiting the sector's ability to fully implement planned programs. In 2024-25 financial year, the sector spent only 46.6% of its allocated funds, while in the subsequent period, spending improved to 52.9%. But while this reflects some progress, it also underscores persistent inefficiencies in utilization of resources. Honourable members, these figures reveal systemic challenges that require urgent attention. Delays in projects implementation coupled with partial budget utilization threaten the delivery of water and sanitation services, particularly to vulnerable communities. Strengthened oversight, rigorous project monitoring, and efficient use of allocated funds are essential to ensure that infrastructure projects such as the Umkomazi water project are completed on time and deliver their intended benefits. The ANC remains committed to ensuring equitable access to water and sanitation services while promoting fiscal discipline, accountability, and timely delivery of critical infrastructure programs. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ndlangisa Nodada. Honourable delegates, that concludes the discussions and the declarations. Vote 41 is agreed to, and I am informed that the Economic Freedom Fighters and the Mkhonto weSizwe Party have tendered their objections, and the objections once again are noted. Honourable delegates, we move to vote 42, which I now place before the House. Vote 42 is Land Reform and Rural Development. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78, with a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. And we'll start with the United Democratic Movement once again, and it's Honourable Peter.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. During a recent UDM oversight visit to Upper Mngesha in Timbaza, residents raised serious concerns about land claims lodged more than a decade ago that remain unresolved. While some communities members have received...
Chair?
Sorry, Honourable Peter, if you could just pause for a moment. Yes, Honourable Nonkanyana, on what are you rising?
Can you excuse the honourable member's picture is skewed. We cannot see him, but we can hear his voice.
Thank you, Advocate Nonkanyana. I think it's an appropriate point. Honourable Peter, if you can either correct your camera or turn the video off while you speak, please.
Thank you so
and
much.
then please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. During a recent UDM oversight visit to Upper Mngesha in Timbaza, residents raised serious concern about land claims lodged more than a decade ago that remain unresolved. While some community members have received land or financial compensation, many continue to wait despite having followed lawful processes. This prolonged uncertainty reflects systematic failures in delivering justice and restoring historical land rights. The oversight visit also exposed deep institutional weaknesses within the department. Outdated manual system continue to delay the processes of claims. Consequence management is weak, and coordination between the department, the Commission on Restitution and Land Rights, Communal Property Association, and municipality remains poor. These failures are not merely administrative. They obstruct constitutional rights, slow institution, and weaken public trust in the state. Beyond justice and legality, delay land restitution carries severe economic consequences. Unresolved claims leave large tracts of land underutilized, discourage investment, and limit access to finance to claim communities without secure tenure. Beneficiaries cannot use land productivity, attract development partners, or participate meaningfully in local economic. These failures undermine rural development, entrench poverty, and perpetuate inequality, particularly in provinces such as the Eastern Cape, where land reform should be a catalyst for growth and employment. I so thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Peter. Honourable members, the next declaration will come from the Mkhonto weSizwe Party. The Honourable Mokoena will deliver it. Honorable Mokoena Zondi, I see you are online. If I can ask you to unmute and deliver your declaration on the final vote.
I don't know what's going on here.
Indeed, we can hear you though, so please proceed, Honorable Mokoena. Honorable Mokoena, please unmute. Honourable members, I'm going to give Honourable Mokoena an opportunity to resolve her technical glitch. Let's move on to the Honourable Kennedy from the Economic Freedom Fighters, and then we'll come back to the Honourable Mokoena thereafter. Honourable Kennedy?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good day to the members on the platform. Honourable Chair, the Economic Freedom Fighters reject this budget as the allocated budget and the underlying policy, government policy, are inadequate, ineffective, and not radical enough to address historical land dispossession in South Africa. The budget allocation to land reform is an extremely small fraction of the national expenditure and does not reflect the urgency of the scale or the scale of the problem. The low funding is a clear indication of a lack of political will by the GNU to resolve the land question. The current approach fails to facilitate a rapid and meaningful transfer of land ownership to previously disadvantaged Black individuals, thus perpetuating existing skewed land ownership patterns inherited from the apartheid era. The continued reliance on the market-led, willing buyer, willing seller approach or similar systems where compensation remains the default is a slow, cumbersome, and inappropriate for achieving meaningful land reform. And the budget does not adequately provide for essential post-settlement support, such as access to finance, infrastructure, and training for new landowners and emerging Black farmers. The EFF views this lack of support as one of the main issues leading to farm failures and does not uplift rural livelihoods. The bill is far from supporting our relevant policy position as the EFF for all the land to be placed under the state custodianship without compensation, with usage rights leased back to the citizens. We reject any bill that makes zero compensation a rare, obscure exception rather than a fundamental principle. The EFF will not support this budget, which benefits the rich and does not consider the actual needs of the majority of South Africans. We view this budget as a sell-out position that maintains the status quo and fails to implement the radical, disruptive changes necessary to address the legacy of land disposition. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kennedy, and extremely well managed on the time. Let's give Honourable Mokoena from the MKP a final opportunity. Honourable Mokoena, are you ready to go now?
Yes, thank you, Chair, for your consideration.
No, perfect. Let's go
Chair,
ahead. Thank you.
I rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, the only party for the people of South Africa. It is a constitutional and historical and moral necessity that we will not pay for stolen land. This country will not heal by paying thieves for what was taken through dispossession, violence, and lawfare. There is no justice in compensating injustice, and there's no reform in rewarding theft. And there is no transformation in budgets that protect privilege with the landless when the landless remain spectators. Any land reform budget that assumes compensation as its starting point is not reform. It is a settlement with history's beneficiaries, and we reject it outright. The Department of Land Reform and Rural Development has perfected one skill, that is delay. Claims take decades, communities wait for generations, rural poverty deepens while files move between offices. This department calls this due process. The people experience it as betrayal. Land reform has been reduced to paper transfers without production, pilot projects without scale, and endless planning without courage. Let us call it what it is, an adjustment budget that is a sellout of landless majority. It adjusts figures while avoiding the central question: who owns the land and why are the dispossessed still waiting? There is no bold redistribution, there's no decisive restitution, there's no urgency, in fact. Villages remain disconnected, infrastructure decays. Land reform without rural development is hollow. Rural development without land reform is dishonest. The GNU offers both without delivering either. We state without hesitation. We support expropriation without compensation fully, explicitly, and unapologetically. We will not support any budget that assumes compensation for historical theft. We reject the adjustment budget in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mokoena. And the last declaration on vote 42 will be presented on behalf of the African National Congress by the Honourable Modise.
No, it will be by myself, Honourable Chair Mapilo.
That's fair enough. Thank you, Honourable Mobilo. Please proceed then.
Chair, I request to switch off my video.
Yes, that's in order.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Once again, greetings to the Deputy President of the Republic and all members on the platform. House Chair, as the African National Congress, we remain steadfast in our resolve to ensure equitable and sustainable rural development, as well as fast-tracking land reform. These priority areas are critically important for redress in terms of imbalances of the past, but also to create conditions to drive inclusive economic growth and poverty eradication. Land reform and rural infrastructure remain key catalysts for the progressive realization of the objective of defeating the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. We remain concerned about the overall budget allocation for these critical national imperatives, including changing the patterns of land ownership and improving rural infrastructure for enterprise development. The historical land deprivation was elaborate and systematic to ensure economic subjugation of the indigenous majority, and therefore this challenge requires extraordinary measures that move beyond market rationality. In the same vein, House Chair, the neglect and underdevelopment of the countryside was calculated to entrench impoverishment and economic dependency. For this historical reality to be radically transformed, our country requires systematic and coordinated resource allocation that not only aligns with, but qualitatively advance the strategic imperative of land reform and the improvement of rural socio-economic infrastructure development. As I conclude, Honorable House Chair, we know that the adjustment appropriation vote reflects 6,47544 million of the main division targeted at settling outstanding court order regarding restitution claims in KwaZulu-Natal. It is imperative to underscore that settlement of court orders ought to be ring-fenced because it is foreseeable and therefore must be part of the litigation budget. We appreciate that within the land reform program, there is an adjustment allocation in terms of grants, transfers, and subsidies for redistribution amounting to 39,061 million and restitution totaling 917,350 million. With respect to rural infrastructure development, we know the allocation of 180,276 million for capital asset. Finally, Chair, as the African National Congress, we support this adjustment budget and urge the government of national unity to drastically increase overall budget and performance tracking of land reform and rural economic infrastructure. Thank you, Chair. As the ANC,
thank you, Honourable Mobilo. Thank you very much indeed for your inputs. Honourable delegates, the vote number 42 is therefore agreed to. I am informed, as clearly stated in their declarations, that the Economic Freedom Fighters and the Umkhonto weSizwe Party have indicated their objections to the vote, and those objections are indeed noted. Honourable delegates, that brings us to the end of the individual votes. We will now be voting on the schedules. The scrutiny of the Adjustment Appropriations Bill will indicate that the votes that we've just discussed have been split into two schedules, and we will deal with each one separately. So, honourable delegates, I'm now going to put before the House the first schedule, schedule number 1. I have been informed that the EFF and the MKP have indicated that they'd like their objection noted against schedule 1. If there are any other objections, kindly raise your hands now to indicate as such. There being no further objections, honourable members, schedule 1 is therefore agreed to. I'm going to put schedule 2 to the House. In a similar vein, the EFF and the MKP have indicated their objections. If I can ask for any other objections to be voiced now. There being none, schedule 2 is therefore agreed to. Honourable delegates, that concludes my turn in the presiding officer chair. I'd like to thank you for your discipline and cooperation, and I'd like to hand over to the Honourable Khadebe, the House chairperson, to continue with the sitting. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Well, thank you, Honourable Ryder. Good afternoon, Chairperson of the Council, Deputy President of the Republic, and all the stakeholders of the NCOP. Compliments of the new season. Honourable delegates, we will now proceed to the second order, the considerations of the Adjustment Appropriation Bill and the report of the Select Committee on Appropriations, which was tabled on the 14th of January 2026. I call on the Honourable T.L. Hwase, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Appropriation, to present the committee report. Over to you, Honourable Hwase. Allocated 10 minutes.
Very much. Thank you very much, House Chair, Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable Members, Permanent and Special Delegates, fellow South Africans, good day once again. Honourable House Chair, it is my pleasure and privilege to table before this House a report on the Adjustment Appropriation Bill, which is B27 of 2025, on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations. Honourable House Chairperson, apart from the MKP, which did not support the bill, I wish to thank all members of the committee who unanimously adopted the bill. Bill B27 of 2025 was tabled in Parliament on the 12th of November 2025 during the presentation of the 2025 Medium-Term Budget Policy Statement in terms of Section 12, Subsection 1 and 2 of the Money Bills Act. Section 12, Subsection 1 requires the Minister of Finance to table a national adjustments budget as envisaged in Section 30 of the Public Finance Management Act, which is Act number 1 of 1999, and Section 12, Subsection 2 requires that an adjustment appropriation bill must be tabled with a national adjustment budget. The bill was referred to the National Council of Provinces and the Committee for concurrence on the 13th of January 2026. To facilitate public participation, the committee published advertisements calling for comments on the bill in 11 official languages between the 24th of November and the 1st of December 2025. And together the advertisements and the bill were sent to key stakeholders on the 17th of November and again on the 24th of November 2025. Upon receiving a briefing from National Treasury on the contents of the bill and consulting with the FFC and the PBO, the committee received a written submission from the following stakeholders: Amandla Mobi, COSATU, Rural Health Advocacy Project, Youth Capital, Section 27, Eastern Cape Health Crisis Action Coalition.
Do I call Ulento? EFTM the ANC. Sorry?
House Chair.
You can continue.
And all the above stakeholders made oral presentations during public hearing on the 3rd of December 2025. Having considered the bill, the committee observed and further made following specific and clear recommendations. We recommended that National Treasury should, within 90 days of the adoption of this report by the House, submit a targeted action plan addressing systemic causes of underspending, including procurement delays, inadequate project preparation, and weak contract management, must report quarterly to Parliament on progress. The Department of Social Development and the South African Social Security Agency should, within 90 days of the adoption of this report by the House, table a national strategy to reduce exclusion errors in the social grant system, including measures to improve digital access, expand mobile outreach, and strengthen verification systems. We further recommended that National Treasury and the Department of Social Development should, within 120 days of the adoption of this report by the House, jointly present to Parliament costed options for improving the adequacy of the social relief of distress grant, including inflation indexing scenarios and medium-term enhancements aligned with poverty thresholds, and consider alternative sustainable social assistance. The Department of Health, together with National Treasury, should, within 120 days of the adoption of this report by the House, develop and submit a multi-year financing strategy addressing the health force work pressures, HIV/TB program requirements, infrastructure backlogs, and system strengthening priorities. The Department of Higher Education and Training should, within 90 days of the adoption of this report by the House, table as a stabilization plan addressing the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, the NSFAS, information and communication technology failures, governance weaknesses, payment delays, and accommodation oversight, with accompanying accountability mechanisms. We further recommended that National Treasury should, within 120 days of the adoption of this report by the House, conduct a readiness assessment for a large infrastructure project, including but not limited to the Umkomazi water project, and submit a written report outlining bottlenecks, corrective measures, and revised delivery timelines. National Treasury should, once again within 90 days of the adoption of this report by the House, institutionalize a poverty, gender, and youth impact assessment framework for major fiscal adjustment and savings proposals, and must submit the first consolidated annual assessment to Parliament within the next budget cycle. National Treasury and the Presidency should, within 90 days of the adoption of this report by the House, submit proposals outlining how future adjustments budget will incorporate a youth lens aligned with national youth development and employment strategies, including strengthened support for transition programs. We further recommended that the departments which are administering infrastructure or service delivery programs, such as public works and infrastructure, health, education, transport, and human settlements, should, within 90 days of the adoption of this report by the House, submit outcome-focused performance reports demonstrating service delivery impact relative to expenditure for review during in-year parliamentary oversight. The National Treasury, together with the Department of Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation, should, within 120 days of the adoption of this report by the House, develop and submit to Parliament a comprehensive national planning and forecasting improvement framework. This framework should strengthen departmental cost projections, enhance program readiness assessment, establish any warning mechanisms for emerging cost pressures, and introduce stricter internal oversight to ensure that future adjustment requests arise only from genuine, unforeseen, and unavoidable circumstances. Lastly, we recommended that the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, Home Affairs, Correctional Services, Police, Defense, and Communications and Digital Technologies should, within 120 days of the adoption of this report by the House, submit to Parliament a comprehensive plan outlining how baseline allocations will be realigned to address the rising operational cost pressures in security, immigration systems, court administration, correctional services, and digital modernization. This plan should further indicate measures to reduce reliance in year adjustments for core functions and ensure sustainable funding over the medium term. In conclusion, Honorable House Chair, I wish to thank all members of the Committee on the Select Committee on Appropriation, Provincial Finance and Treasury Committee members committee stakeholders, the media, the public, as well as the support staff of the committee. And we therefore recommend to the House that the bill be adopted without amendments. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hwase, for your articulation of the report of the Appropriation Committee. Now, honorable members, before we proceed with voting on the report, I shall allow political parties an opportunity to make declarations if they so wish. Any political parties which want to make a declaration? None. Thank you. So
House
now
Chair, my hand has been raised.
All right, over to, can the parties indicate? I see Honorable Ryder now. Is there any other party which want to make a declaration? Or is only Honorable Ryder?
I see Honorable Breed's hand. Honorable Breed's hand is also up, Chair.
Honorable Breed, is it not the same party?
No, I said Breed. Sorry, Honorable Breed.
Oh, Breed, yes. All right. And then I'll start with the Freedom Front Plus. Honorable Breed, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Adjustment Appropriation Bill before us must be understood within the broader fiscal and economic context set out in the medium-term budget policy statement. But we must also remember that in the NCOP, our responsibility is not only to assess the national fiscal framework, but to consider how these adjustments affect provinces and municipalities where service delivery ultimately takes place. There is no denying that the MTBPS offers a measure of hope. It points to a somewhat improved fiscal position and creates limited space for targeted interventions that can support economic growth. Higher than expected tax revenue collection in the previous financial year has contributed to this improvement, and for that, we acknowledge the efforts of compliant taxpayers and a more efficient revenue service. However, we must be clear and honest. The crisis is not over. The demands of the state remains far greater than the resources available to meet them. South Africa continues to face deep structural challenges: unemployment, inequality, poverty, failing infrastructure, and weak economic growth. Even with improved revenue performance last year, there is no guarantee that such collections will be repeated or sustained in the years ahead, particularly in a low-growth environment. The reality places a heavy responsibility on government. Every additional rand made available through this adjustment budget must be spent with absolute discipline and purpose. Not a single cent can be wasted. Not a single cent can be lost to corruption, mismanagement, or inefficiency. Taxpayers expect and deserve that the money entrusted to this government is used to build a better country for all. For provinces and municipalities, irresponsible spending does not mean a line item on a balance sheet. It means unfinished roads, dysfunctional clinics, collapsing water infrastructure, and communities that lose trust in the state. The additional allocations in this bill, particularly those aimed at critical infrastructure, investment, and priority service delivery, must translate into real economic impact. Infrastructure spending is well managed, can stimulate growth, crowd in private investment, and create jobs. But this will only happen if projects are implemented on time, within budget, and free from political interference. In conclusion, the Adjustment Appropriation Bill must be approached within realism, discipline, and accountability. It must support growth, protect the vulnerable, and restore trust in the state's ability to manage public resources responsibly. South Africans are watching, and they expect delivery. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Breed. The next lento is going to be Honorable Ryder. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The Adjustments Appropriation Bill lies before us for consideration. Each year after a budget has been adopted by this House, adjustments are required as the financial year unfolds in order to respond to changing conditions, implementation reality, and events that could not reasonably have been foreseen at the time that the main budget was tabled. The scale of those changes, the reasons for them, and the manner in which they are addressed tells us a great deal about the state of our public finances and about the seriousness with which government treats its responsibility to spend public money wisely. When we examine this year's adjustments, there's much that members can view positively. Under the Government of National Unity, this adjustment budget reflects a growing willingness to confront inefficiency honestly. We see funds being returned through declared underspending. We see savings emerging from administrative budgets. We see projects delayed or scaled back where implementation capacity has not kept pace with ambition, particularly in large infrastructure programs. These are not signs of weakness. These are signs of fiscal discipline. Importantly, this process has not simply been about cutting budgets. Savings and underspending have been deliberately redirected towards areas that strengthen the state and support future growth. Additional funding has been allocated to revenue collections capacity, most notably at SARS. And again, our thanks go to Mr. Kieswetter and his very capable team for the hard work that they're doing there. Support has been strengthened for industrial and employment-linked interventions. Resources have been directed towards early childhood development, disaster recovery, and the stabilization of critical municipal trading services. Chairperson and House Chair, this reflects the growing impact of Treasury's spending review and baseline reprioritization process, which is a more rigorous, value-for-money approach to budgeting that ensures expenditure must justify itself rather than merely slapping on an extra few percent each year. It also demonstrates responsiveness. Recommendations consistently raised by members of this House on revenue protection, infrastructure, and delivery realism and fiscal credibility are beginning to find expression in the numbers before us. It's encouraging to note that several of these reallocations reflect issues that have been consistently raised through NCOP committee oversight, where implementation realities on the ground are tested against what is promised in the budget. There is, of course, still much work to be done. Structural reform doesn't happen in a single budget cycle. Capacity constraints remain real, but this adjustment budget shows a government prepared to make corrections, to learn and to govern within its means. That is something this House should acknowledge and encourage. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. The next party to declare is the African National Congress, Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable Ndlovu. Yes, over to you. Honorable Ndlovu, are you experiencing any problem?
Thank you, Honorable Khadebe. Honorable Ndlovu, you extend. All right.
I'll come back to you now.
Over to all.
Chair?
Yes, you can fire on this.
Yeah, I was I was expecting some challenges with my gadget here. Chair, can I just be given just 2 minutes, please? 2 seconds.
All right, Honorable.
Yes, please.
All right. Honorable Mananis, your hand was up. What was the issue?
No, I wanted to assist Honorable Ndlovu if she has some glitches.
Chairperson, I propose that Honorable Mananiso be allowed to continue.
Honorable Mananis, can you continue?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson and Honorable Members. Statistics South Africa has enabled government and society to have a deeper empirical understanding of reality, the statistical output of Stats SA help the country plan and develop programs that respond to the lived reality of the people. Population statistics, as an example, are important in determining budget allocation for various provinces, while economic data help those who are in the business to understand the trends and patterns. And the same economic stats for the National Treasury supports its development of the budget. Honorable Chairperson, data has become increasingly a fuel that informs development and innovation. And Statistics SA has a global reputation for ensuring that South Africa produces credible data. What has been concerning is the declining budgetary allocation to Stats SA, resulting in a high vacancy rate, a loss of experts who require significant resources to be trained. As Parliament, we have continuously raised the concern of the lack of adequate budgetary allocation for State SA, as we believe it limits the entity from undertaking new areas of statistic focus as the world changes and the priority data to be collected is also shifting. State SA has demonstrated its commitment to the digitalization of its operation and methodology to improve its work, which has contributed to saving significantly in its past censuses. The entity is continuing with the digital transformation program, which we believe will strengthen the entity in the long run and lower its cost demands. We also welcome the focus of Stats SA in implementing the recent amendment of the Statistics South Africa Act, which requires organs of state to have statistical units. This shift will have an overall impact on government system in the long run, as quality information also means improved decision making. While enabling effective interventions where problems persist, the adjustment appropriation allocates 84 billion in total to enhance the capabilities of State SA. And the ANC believes that we should significantly increase the budget allocation for the entity. The ANC support the adjustment of appropriation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Now that all the parties have declared we wanted to declare, now we'll go straight to the voting.
Chair.
What was that?
Honorable Siwisa.
Siwisa, you didn't indicate before, Sisi. And what happens, the political parties, they declare according to their support on the electoral level. So you should have come immediately after Eland. What's this thing? Equal from plus. That's how we do it, so that the largest party becomes the one which declares last. Did you raise your hand before?
Yes, Chair. I don't know. Maybe it's the gadget that I'm using because I had to change gadgets. I'm not sure if it reflected on your side.
No, it didn't. It didn't reflect. But I think this is for the last time. I'm not going to allow it when moving forward. Or you can do your declaration.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Now, Chairperson, I raise on behalf of the EFF that the EFF rejects the adjustment budget as it has been presented by the Minister of Finance, taking into consideration all the contributions that were made by my fellow honorable members of the EFF, further making indication that we reject this budget because it's not speaking to the issues of service delivery, it's not speaking to the infrastructure pertaining to schools, as we are seeing now. That is the school reopening, and we still find learners that have not been placed in schools because of there are not enough schools in our country. Schools are not enough to accommodate all the learners. Those cases can be cases that can be seen in Gauteng, in Northern Cape, whereby learners are still stranded without having schools that have been placed. Further, Chairperson, it should be noted that the EFF is not going to support this adjustment bill because it does not speak to making availability to more tertiary institutions, despite the higher number of learners or students that have passed matric. Many of them are going to be left stranded because of the lack of tertiary institutions in South Africa, and many of them are going to be left frustrated without finding any institution where they are going to learn. We can never speak without even further emphasizing the issue of housing, that our people are still waiting for housing.
30 years into democracy, our people are still being fed with dirty water that has not been cleaned. So as the EFF, we cannot support the adjustment budget as it has been presented, because it does not speak to the issues of service delivery and ensuring that our people are moving from the line of living under the line of poverty, and it does not speak to the issue of ensuring that there's economic growth and then that there is employment that's going to happen, especially when it comes to the youth of South Africa that are still left stranded. Graduates are not getting any jobs. The others are still sitting at home. They cannot find any tertiary institutions. On that note, Chairperson, we are rejecting the adjustment bill. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Honorable Suisa. As the parties have just finalized their declaration, we'll go to the next step now, which is voting. I'm going to allow 30 seconds for any of the delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the House. So in the next 30 seconds, the voting will commence. Yes. Thank you, honorable delegates. Now, we now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should raise their hands now, and please keep them raised. And then I'll request the table staff to start counting. Those who are in favor of the adjustment budget be adopted, please raise your hands, and so that the table staff can count you accordingly. My gadget does not show. Let me see. Can the table staff start counting?
Chair?
Yes.
Hey, I can't find my name. I'm voting in favor.
Who's that?
Trying to, Chairperson of the council.
All right. No, it's fine.
Okay.
Table staff, please count the vote of the Honorable Refile Nsweni as in favor of the budget of the bill.
Yeah, no,
So Tony, thank you.
but I've already voted. Thanks, Chair.
Table staff, are you done? I see Mulukume's hand is up. Peter's hand is up. Red is up. Duplessis, Pinar, Brad. Honorable Ryder's hand is down, up. The Chief Whip's hand is up. The horse's hand is up. Are you done, Honorable table staff? I think the ayes are many. The table staff is still struggling with counting.
Chairperson?
We are done, House Chair.
We are done. All right, let's go now. You'll keep the number and then we'll tally at the end. Thank you. The counting is complete now for those who are in favor. And then now we go to the delegates who vote against. Can you raise your hands up and keep them raised, please? I see Siwisa Kaunda, are you against the vote?
No, Chair, I've lowered my hand.
All right. I see Siwisa Keza, Majola, Mutwedi, Kennedy, Zulu, Mampuru. Mawai, are you against? MEC Mawai.
Chair, I'm not sure if my hand
I
wasn't
have
showing.
raised my hand, Mawai here.
No.
I've raised my hand. Should I skip it up?
Yeah, please.
No,
Once
Mawai is
we are voting against the bill, those who are voting against the bill,
Order,
let them
Chairperson,
keep their
order.
hands up.
It can't be that in the middle of voting, people are coming
Yeah.
in. A hand is up, a hand is up. Stop intimidating people to lower their hands. Where are we now? Are we?
All right. We are at the process whereby those who vote against the bill, their hands must be up. Table
Check,
staff, are you done with the counting?
Chair, can you note my hands, please? I'm not
Who's
sure whether it's appearing. My Catherine, I'm not sure whether it's appearing or not.
A woman, Mukwele.
Honorable Mawai,
Makesini.
you must lower your hands. You voted.
Why
are you voting again?
But
all right. Are you done? Table staff?
my hand,
Speak for yourself, Honorable Mawai.
my hand has been lowered after I voted yes. And when you go to the next one, my hand was already down. So you kind of confused my hand again to say, is your
Thank
hand
you for
up?
donating your
was up.
vote. Thank you for
Honorable
donating your
Mawai,
vote.
it was up, but it is down now.
Yes.
Rest assured, I can count it. All right, table staff, can you count it, please?
But Chair, you
Note
can't
my
count
hand also.
elections.
Honorable Machobe, note my hand, Chair.
All right. Honorable
Mark
Machobe, your hand is
also,
up.
I'm voting.
I can see it. Let me just call out the hands which are up now. It's Honorable Kennedy, Honorable Machobe, Honorable Makesini, Honorable Zulu, Honorable Mkwena, Honorable Mshongo, Honorable Mtwedi, Honorable Majola, Honorable Mampuru, Honorable Keza, and Honorable Siwisa. Those are the hands which are up. Did you take the number, table staff?
Correct, Chair.
Oh, thank you. Now, the count is completed on the delegates who voted against. Now I'm coming to another batch of delegates, those who abstain, who neither agree or disagree with the bill. Are there any hands which are up? No hand is up. Can you tally the votes, table staff? All right, let me check. Those votes which are in favor, those who abstain, 0. Those who are against, 11. Those who are in favor, 40. So the bill is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution of the Republic. Thank you, delegates. Now we proceed.
Yeah, but Chair, space go how much?
Honorable delegates, we now proceed to the third order of the day. Consideration of the vote and schedule special appropriation bill. Remember, that's the bill which deals with the Department of Health. I put the vote 18 health. Is there any declaration which any party wants to make any declaration?
Chair, please note the EFF.
I note that it agrees with the bill. I see here on the schedule, I see it is the UTM and ANC which want to make declarations. Honorable Peter?
Please note the EFF also, Chair.
All right. Honorable Peter?
No, Chair, I didn't raise my hands for declaration.
Oh, I see on the land. Honorable Siwisa?
No, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, as the EFF, we once again stand in that house to stand that we reject the continuous reliance on foreign aid to ensure that all South Africans have access to quality and dignified medical services. The health and lives of our people must never be dependent on the political whims, ideological shifts, or imperial interest of foreign government. Chairperson, the ruling party has for years neglected public health infrastructure and failed to finance it adequately. As a result, the withdrawal of the United States funding is now presented as a sudden crisis when in reality it is a self-inflicted wound created by decades of poor planning and austerity budgeting. Today, we are debating on a special appropriation to allocate 754.5 million framed as an emergency intervention when this crisis could have been avoided through proper domestic investment in healthcare, allowing another country to bankroll the health and well-being of our people is a clear form of neocolonialism. While we support this bill, we must be clear about the politics. We should never again place the health of our people in the hands of imperialist, warmongering lunatics. Sovereignty means taking responsibility for our people's life without dependency or compromise. We acknowledge that the withdrawal of the funding will negatively affect the global efforts to combat HIV and AIDS, particularly in countries like South Africa with high infection rates and millions living with HIV. However, this moment forces us to confront our failures and reclaim responsibilities for public health. We must continue to distribute life-saving antiretroviral treatment and revive mass public education campaigns on safe sex, HIV testing, and treatment adherence. This is a war we once won, and it is a war we can win again through political will. Community-based organizations providing HIV and TB prevention, testing, and treatment must continue to receive the funding. Research and development must also remain funded to protect the future. We must never again allow thousands of lives to be lost because of a government that is reckless and dependent on foreign money. On that note, Chair, the EFF supports the special appropriation bill on health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Suwisa. The next person to declare delegate to declare is Honorable Sibande, the delegate from Mpumalanga. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of this August House, the appropriation on health is an expression of the ANC-led government strategy to build on the democratic gains of the world's most extensive HIV antiretroviral therapy program, which has saved many lives and continues to ensure that those who have contracted the virus continue to live long and meaningful lives as mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, aunts, cousins, and active members of our community, despite recent attempts to undermine our nation's sovereignty through the withdrawal of PEPFAR funding. We are pleased that the foundation and commitment of the ANC-led government have demonstrated their resilience of our health system amid this challenging period, with the government contributing the largest share of our country's HIV response program. We welcome additional allocation in this bill as a critical intervention to mitigate against the negative impact of the withdrawal of PEPFAR and defend our hard-earned democratic gains of ensuring that the HIV is eliminated as a public health threat. Honorable Chairperson, the reality is that for as long as the structure that underpins the two-tier health system exists, the healthy budget will never make the type of strides that we'll all seek in this House. As resolved in the Freedom Charter, the state shall run a preventive health scheme and also to give meaning to the constitutional declaration that everyone has the right to access healthy care services, we must support the allocation of the national health insurance as the only pathway to guaranteeing healthy and fundamental human right only through the NHI. Can I redress that structural and systemic inadequacies that continues to shape differentiated healthy outcomes in South Africa? Therefore, the African National Congress, we support adjustment appropriation for health as commitment to universal health coverage and to ensuring that our health system leaves no one behind. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sibande. Honorable delegates, I see from the documentation here that the bill is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MKP tendered their objections. Their objections are noted and they are recorded accordingly. Honorable delegates, I put the entire schedule. Are there any objections to the schedule? The objections of the EFF and MK are noted. The schedule is agreed to. Thank you. Now, honorable delegates, we now proceed to the fourth order. Consideration of the Special Appropriation Bill and the report of the Select Committee on Appropriations as tabled in the ATC on the 14th of February. I call on Honorable Khwase, the chairperson of the committee, to present the report. You've got 10 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. House Chairperson, apart from the MKP, which did not support the bill, I would like to extend my appreciation to all committee members who unanimously adopted the bill. House Chairperson, Section 213, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides that money may be withdrawn from National Revenue Fund only in terms of an appropriation by an Act of Parliament. The Special Appropriation Bill B-2022 of 2025 was tabled by the Minister of Finance on Friday, the 26th of September 2025, and it was immediately referred to the Committee for Information. The bill was then formally referred to the National Council of Provinces and the Committee for Concurrence on the 13th of January 2026, after it was passed by the National Assembly. To facilitate public participation and involvement, and in compliance with Section 72 of the Constitution, advertisements in 11 official languages calling for public comments on the bill were placed on Parliament's website and social media accounts from the 9th of October 2025. In addition, emails were sent directly to all stakeholders on the committee's database, inviting them to comment on the bill. Written submissions were received from Breadline Africa, Rural Health Advocacy Project, Section 27 and Treatment Action Campaign, TB Accountability Consortium, Institute for Race Relations, Legal NPC, the Congress of South African Trade Unions, and the Buffalo's Basketball Club. Apart from Buffalo's Basketball Club, all these stakeholders made oral submissions during a public hearing on the 5th of November 2025 before the committee. The committee received a briefing from the National Treasury on the contents of the bill 2025 and consulted with the Parliamentary Budget Office on the 8th of October 2025 and with the Financial Fiscal Commission on the 5th of November 2025. Having considered the bill, the committee observed and further made the following specific and clear recommendation. We recommended that the Minister of Health, in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, should by 2026 budget table before Parliament a clear policy statement outlining measures to reduce donor dependency and safeguarding continuity of HIV and TB services. We further recommended that the National Treasury should, by tabling the 2026 medium-term budget policy statement, indicate how emergency health allocation will be transitioned into sustainable baseline funding over the medium-term expenditure framework. The National Treasury should, in 2026 revision of Revenue Bill, strengthen support to provincial health departments through realistic funding assumptions and enhanced oversight to mitigate accruals and service delivery risks. We further recommended that the Department of Health together with provinces, should incorporate equality and rural proofing measures into health planning and budgeting processes, with progress reports to Parliament by the 2026 budget cycle. The National Treasury should, with effect from the 2026-27 financial year, strengthen conditions reporting requirements and safeguards on health-related provincial equitable share allocations to prevent diversion of funds and ensure accountability. Starting in the 2025-26 financial year, the Department of Health should submit quarterly reports to Parliament that clearly disaggregate expenditure and performance outcomes attributable to the allocations in this bill. The National Treasury and the Department of Health should, by the 31st of March 2026, report to Parliament on progress in strengthening governance, including the rollout of e-procurement system and the enforcement of consequence management. The Department of Health, in collaboration with provincial health departments, should by the 31st of March 2026 submit to Parliament a consolidated plan to manage transition and the retention of critical donor-funded health workers. The Minister of Health and the Minister of Finance should jointly table a costed multi-year HIV and TB financing strategy to Parliament by the end of tabling of the 2026 budget. The National Treasury should, over the 2026 medium-term expenditure framework, progressively shift the health financing framework away from the ad hoc emergency interventions towards a predictable, equitable, and sustainable funding. In conclusion, Chair, once again, let me thank members of the committee, the Provincial Finance and Treasury Committee members in our different provinces, committee stakeholders, media and the public, as well as the committee staff for the excellent work that we continue doing in the committee. The committee therefore recommends to the House that the bill be adopted without amendments. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khase. Before we proceed with voting, because it is the individual voting, Section 57, I shall allow all the political parties an opportunity to make a declaration. Can the political parties who want to make a declaration raise their hands, please? I'm looking at the screen. I see Honorable Suwisa. I see Honorable Ndlovu. I see Honorable Ndlovu. Is there any other political party who wants to make a declaration? None. Honorable Suwisa, over to you, sir, ma'am.
No, thank you, Chair. The EFF supports the appropriation bill and calls on the Minister of Health to ensure that the money that has been allocated is going to do due diligence to all our patients that are HIV positive across South Africa, and again, further move away from relying on foreign financing in order to ensure that our health system is working in South Africa. Thank you very much. We support the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Suwisa. Honorable Ndlovu.
Chairperson, can you please allow me to switch off my video?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to your good self, House Chair, and honorable members on the platform. As African National Congress, we support the special appropriation bill before this House, Chair, because it speaks directly to the life realities of key populations and to our constitutional duty to protect life, dignity, and access to quality health care. Chairperson, this bill responds decisively to an external shock caused by the abrupt withdrawal of PEPFAR funding for HIV/AIDS and TB program, which threatens to reverse hard-won gains made over decades through the democratic state led by the ANC. In townships, villages, and rural communities, this shock was not theoretical. It meant closed clinics, disrupted treatment, overburdened nurses and community health workers facing retrenchment. The ANC-led government could not stand by while key populations from poor and working class background carried the cost of global geopolitical decisions. Chairperson, the Select Committee on Appropriation correctly observed that the 754.5 million allocation is an emergency short-term intervention. It is not presented as a a silver bullet, but as a necessary shield to protect continuity of care, especially in the province and district that are historically under-resourced. Through ring-fence conditional grant, this bill prioritizes frontline services, medicine distribution, research capacity, and provincial health systems that serve key populations. At the same time, the committee raised serious concern that the ANC takes seriously persistent donor dependency, provincial fiscal stress, governance weaknesses, and the absence of a multi-year domestic HIV/AIDS and TB financing strategy cannot be ignored. This is why the committee's recommendations are critical. They call for stronger oversight, improved reporting to Parliament, rural-proofed budgeting, protection of funds from diversion, and a clear plan to retain and absorb skilled health workers who are the backbone of community-based care. Chairperson, most importantly, the recommendation places and responsibility on the Ministers of Health and Finance to table a cost multi-year strategy that moves South Africa away from crisis-driven intervention towards a predictable, equitable, and sustainable health financing model. This is fully aligned with the ANC's vision of a developmental state that builds resilient public institutions and reduce vulnerable to external shocks. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, this bill is about protecting lives today while building a stronger system for tomorrow. The ANC supports this bill because we choose people over indifference, actions over delay, and over abandonment. We call on the House to concur with the bill in the interest of our people. Thanks,
Chair,
Chairperson.
Order, Chair. Order, Chair. Chair.
Yes.
Honorable
Honorable
Makesini
Okonyan.
interrupting the speaker.
Who?
Honorable Makesini.
Honorable Makesini, you know very well that you cannot do that. Ne? Will you please continue, Honorable Ndlovu? Thank you, Honorable Nonkonyan.
No, I'm done, Chairperson. Makasino na stress. I'm used to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ndlovu. Now that you have done with the particle declarations, now we'll go straight to voting. I'll give 30 seconds to all the members who are not on the platform to join in. Thank you. We now proceed with the voting on the question. And the question is that the special appropriation bill be agreed to. The delegates who vote in favor should raise their hands and please keep them raised. And then the table staff will accordingly start counting. Table staff, are you done counting? Oh, thank you. And then now we go to the second phase.
Sibande, oh please, Chairperson.
Sorry?
Sorry,
voting in favor.
Honorable Sibande is voting in favor. Thank you.
Yeah,
now Midupi is voting in favor.
Honorable Dupi. Yes. Is there anyone who's still outstanding? I see Honorable Peter is raising his hand direct, but you don't raise it through, you didn't raise it through the gadget, Honorable Peter. Can you please respond? In what way are you voting? Oh, let's pass that. Thank you. The count is complete. The host will lower all the hands on the visual platform to prepare for the next vote. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands and please keep their hands raised. The delegates who vote against, will you please raise your hands? I see Nzimande Majola.
Uyangibona against hadi bangazwa indivyo.
Not my hand. My gadget is giving me drama here.
Who's that?
It's Honorable Mampuru. My gadget is misbehaving, so I don't know what's happening.
No,
Are you voting
Honorable
against?
Swiza supports the bill, Honorable Mampuru.
Honorable Mampuru, are you voting against? Because now we're at a phase where we're voting against.
Come again, Chair?
Yeah, remind his
Are you voting against the bill? Special appropriation bill, that one of health, are you voting against? Because Honorable Suisa was in favor.
Agra brief.
Mampuru, check the message. No, I'm voting in favor, Chair. Hence I say my gadget was misbehaving. I just came in now. It's giving me challenges.
Table staff, please note the vote of Honorable Mampuru is in favor.
Yes.
So, Honorable table staff, are you done with counting for those who are against?
Correct, House Chair.
Thank you. Those who are neutral, they neither vote in favor or against. Please raise your hands. I see the hands of Honorable Majola. Honorable Majola, I saw your hand was up and then disappeared.
I have voted against Chairperson already.
All right. No, thank you, Honorable Majola. Now we're done. Can the table staff forward the results to me, please? Thank you, Advocate. Those who abstain, 0. Those who are against, 4. Those who are in favor, 46. Therefore, the bill is agreed to. The bill is agreed to. Thank you. The voting is closed. And then now, honorable delegates, we proceed to the fifth order. The consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Appropriation on proposed division of revenue and the conditional grant allocation to the provinces and local government. I now call on Honorable Khwase, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Appropriation, to present the report. 10 minutes for you, ma'am.
Once again, Honorable House Chairperson, appreciation to all the members of the committee that moved for the adoption of this report, apart from the MKP. The Minister of Finance tabled the MTBPS on the 12th of November 2025, outlining the budget priorities of government for the medium-term estimates. According to Section 6, subsection 10 of the Money Bills Act, committees on appropriations must, within 30 days after tabling of the MTBPS, or as soon as reasonably possible thereafter, report on the proposed division of revenue and conditional grant allocation to provincial and local government as contained in the MTBPS. Upon tabling of the 2025 MTBPS, the committee considered the proposed division of revenue and conditional grant allocations to provinces and municipalities contained therein, and will conduct further consultations after the tabling of the 2026 Division of Revenue Bill by the Minister of Finance. The committee further made observations and recommended the following. We recommended that National Treasury should, within 60 days of the adoption of this report by the House, outline how additional provincial allocations for health and education in the 2026 Division of Revenue Bill will be accompanied by clear performance expectations and strengthened oversight mechanisms to improve frontline service delivery and address governance weaknesses and underperforming provinces. National Treasury, together with the National Department of Health, should within 120 days of the adoption of this report by the House, require provincial health departments to submit credible costed transition plans for absorbing the United States President's emergency plan for AIDS relief, related services into provincial baselines over the medium-term expenditure framework. This plan should be incorporated into future health grant and equitable share allocations of safeguard continuity of HIV, TB, and other critical services. The Minister of Finance should, within 90 days of the adoption of this report by the House, provide a framework indicating how 2026 medium-term expenditure framework compensation allocations for provincial education departments will be aligned with realistic workforce planning, including strategies to address educator shortages, manage class sizes, and expand quality early childhood development in provinces with greatest needs. National Treasury should, within 60 days of the adoption of this report by the House, initiate a formal review of the provincial equitable share formula in consultation with provincial treasuries and relevant stakeholders to ensure that updated demographic, migration, urbanization, and poverty data are adequately reflected in the formula ahead of the 2027 medium-term expenditure framework. We further recommended that the Minister of Finance should, within 90 days of the adoption of this report by the House, issue clear guidelines and transitional arrangements to support the measure of Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program grant and Lima Letsema project grant from 2026-27 financial year, including capacity building support to provinces and measures to strengthen extension services, post-settlement support, and market access for smallholder and subsistence farmers. National Treasury and the Department of Basic Education should, within 90 days of the adoption of this report by the House, develop and publish a framework to guide the measure of the school infrastructure backlog grant into the education infrastructure grant, ensuring that the eradication of unsafe school structures and sanitation backlogs remains prioritized, particularly in provinces with the largest infrastructure deficits. The Minister of Finance should, within 60 days after the adoption of this report by the House, submit a plan on how to increase or how increases in the local government share over the 2026 medium-term expenditure framework will be aligned with the targeted support for revenue management, asset maintenance, and funded budget, ensuring that operating transfers lead to measurable improvements in municipal financial health and service delivery. We further recommended that National Treasury, working with the Department of Corporate Governance and relevant sector departments, should, within 90 days of the adoption of this report by the House, publish integrated planning requirements to guide the shifting of funds from urban settlement development grant to the urban development financing grant, ensuring alignment between trading services, spatial transformation, and human settlement objectives in metropolitan municipalities. The Minister of Finance should, within 60 days of the adoption of this report by the House, provide a design framework for the merged integrated national electrification program in municipalities grant and the energy efficiency and demand side management grant, including differentiated support, technical assistance, and project preparation measures aimed at helping undercapacitated municipalities improve electrification access, demand side management, and maintenance of distribution networks. Lastly, the National Treasury and the Department of Corporate Governance should, within 60 days of the adoption of this report by the House, finalize and publish clear implementation timelines for the review of the local government fiscal framework and the 1998 white paper, including proposals for functional assignments and funding instruments to guide progressive incorporation into the 2026-27 financial year Division of Revenue Bill and future medium-term expenditure framework cycles. I therefore want to thank members of the committee, the stakeholders of the committee, provincial finance and treasury committee members, the support staff of the committee for the work they have done in processing all these reports. And House Chairperson, I recommend that the House accept and adopt the bill without amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khwasi. for the articulated and exposition of the report. Before we proceed to the voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the articulation of the vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Any province which wants to make a declaration? I count to three. 1, 2, 3, out. All right. I see Honorable Ndlovu from Limpopo.
Thanks, Chair. Chair?
Yes, over to you.
No, thanks very much, Chair. Chairperson, the African National Congress supports the proposed division of revenue framework contained in the medium-term budget policy statement because it advances the core objective of our democratic state, that is to ensure that the resources reach poor and working-class citizens where they live, work, and struggle. This proposed division of revenue recognizes the central role of provinces and municipalities in delivering basic services. Through targeted conditional grant allocation, the ANC-led government is prioritizing frontline services such as health, education, water, sanitation, housing, roads, and public transport. These are services that matter most to poor and working-class communities. These grants are not abstract figures. They translate into medicine in clinic, classrooms that are safe for learning, taps that run, and roads that connect rural villages to economic opportunity. The Select Committee Chair correctly observed that reform to provincial conditional grant are necessary to improve efficiency, coordination, and impact. The reform of grant framework is intended to reduce fragmentation, strengthen planning, and ensure that funds are spent for their intended purpose. The ANC supports this reform provided that they are accompanied by strong oversight, clear conditions, and meaningful support that provinces that continue to face fiscal stresses and historical backlogs. At the local government level, the proposed framework reinforces the need to stabilize municipalities. The committee's report highlights the urgency of improving governance, addressing underspending and strengthening capacity, particularly in rural and small municipalities. The ongoing review of the local government's fiscal framework and the white paper on local government is therefore critical. This process must result in a system that is developmental, responsive, and capable of delivering services sustainably, while restoring public trust in municipalities. The committee's recommendation, Chair, emphasizes improved reporting, stronger monitoring of conditional grant, and early intervention where municipalities and provinces struggle to spend effectively. The ANC agrees that accountability must go hand in hand with support and that consequences management must be applied where funds are misused. Chair, this proposed division of revenue reflects the ANC's commitment to corporate governance, spatial justice, and inclusive developmental. It directs limited resources to where the needs are greatest, while laying the foundation for reform, stability, and improved services delivery. The ANC supports this report because it puts people first and strengthens the developmental state we continue to build. Amanda, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ndlovu, for declaration. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. And I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, the heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. The first province will be the Eastern Cape.
The Eastern Cape votes in favor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Eastern Cape. Free State?
Free State votes in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Gauteng?
Thank you. Votes in favor.
Thank you. KZN?
House Chair, the province of KZN votes in favor.
Thank you. Limpopo?
No, thanks very much, House Chair. The province of Limpopo voting in favor. I thank you.
Thank you. The next province, Mpumalanga.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Mpumalanga vote in favor.
Thank you. The next province, the Northern Cape. Honorable Mabilo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Our Chair, Northern Cape votes in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mukoni Bupirima.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Bukoni Bupirima votes in favor.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Western Cape will support.
Thank you. The voting is now closed. Honorable delegates, 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. So the report is adopted. Can you clap hands for yourself? Please, honorable members. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Rider, Honorable Chief Whip, Permanent and Special Delegates, people of South Africa, as we mark the adjournment of this first plenary sitting of the NSOP in 2026, allow me on behalf of the presiding officers to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your diligence, discipline, and unwavering commitment to the constitutional mandate entrusted upon us to this August House. This sitting commenced at 10 a.m. this morning and continued over 4 hours of robust, thoughtful debate, deliberation, and stands as a testament to the maturity and professionalism of this House. I wish to sincerely thank all permanent and special delegates, yourself with the highest, for behaving yourself with the highest decorum and for the spirited yet respectful engagement of the critical national importance. Today, this House has fulfilled a critical mandate. 1, by passing the Adjustment Appropriation Bill. 2, Special Appropriation Bill. 3, the support for the division of revenue and conditional grants allocations to the provinces and municipalities is a testament to our commitment to the equitable service delivery, even as we navigate a period of sustained fiscal pressure. By laying this firm foundation for the 2026 medium-term expenditure framework, the NSOP has enabled provinces and municipalities to plan and deliver vital services with certainty and confidence. As we bring this historic sitting to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of resolve, patriotism, and unity that has defined today's deliberations. Let us never forget that our work in these chambers echoes in the lives of all the people who call this land home. The decisions we take, the budget we pass, are more than numbers and figures. They are instruments of transformation, building both for just, prosperous, and inclusive society. I thank you all once again for your exemplary service. Together, we reaffirm the power of Parliament to shape our nation's destiny. Let us continue to serve with integrity, purpose. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. I wish to thank you all, permanent delegates, MEC special delegates, and Sarga for availing for this plenary. The House is adjourned. Bye, Danki.
Long live the chair. Long live the chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you. Mukwili, Dumela.